Okay, the clerk have advised that we have quorum. I'm Deputy Mayor Jennifer McKelvey. I'm Chair of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. We have quorum, so I call meeting 4 to order. Welcome, everyone. This meeting is being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Infrastructure and Environment Committee's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call the speakers in order on the list, whether they are online or in person. I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email, and of course, advanced circulation is always appreciated. Staff are available at iac@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, we will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes on April 26, 2023? Councillor Sachs? All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. We have 9 items on our agenda today, so we will proceed with the run-through of the agenda. Item IE 4.1, long-term residual waste management options for the City of Toronto. I will hold as there is a deputation, and I believe there will also be a motion advance circulated, so I encourage members to look at that. IE 4.2, landfill gas to renewable gas project and future potential renewable energy opportunities at Green Lane. Is there any deputations on this item, or none? Anybody like to speak to this item? Okay, somebody like to move the item? Councillor Sachs, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 4.3, cycling network plan, cycling infrastructure installation third quarter update. I will hold. There are 31 deputations. We do ask that deputants be ready when their names are called. I'll try to call out a few in advance to get you ready so we can get through that as quickly as possible. IE 4.4, reimbursement for emergency electrical work for the Llama and Capybara building in Hyde Park. Anybody like to hold the item? Somebody like to move the item? I think the Etobicoke councillor has to move it. There you go. Councillor Morley, all those in favor? All those opposed? The Capybaras continue. IE 4.5, pickleball in Toronto. There are 4 deputations on this. I will hold the item. IE 4.6, 2023 wet weather flow master plan implementation update. Would anybody like to hold the item? Seeing none, somebody like to move the item? Councillor Sachs, all those in favor? All those opposed? I'll just say thank you, Toronto Water, for your hard work on that. IE 4.7, sewers and water supply bylaws 2022 compliance and enforcement annual report. Would anybody like to hold the item? Okay, somebody like to move the item? Councillor Sachs, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 4.8, e-scooter pilot program. This has been withdrawn and will be submitted to the next item with updated recommendations, and it'll be sent in advance. So, sorry, what's that, Councillor? And Councillor Ainsley, I know you just wanted to say something before withdrawing.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and with the indulgence of the committee and the deputants, I know there's a number of them. I've been doing a lot of work over the weekend with a number of the deputants that are here this morning and staff. I want to thank everybody, but I think at this point I would like to see this item withdrawn. I'll resubmit it for the next meeting with the updated recommendations in a more palatable form for everybody. I think this is very important to a lot of people in the City of Toronto, so I don't want to rush it. I'd like to see it done properly. So I would like to remove this item from the agenda.
Yeah, I'll move that, okay?
No, he's done already.
Oh, okay.
Council Bruce is moving withdrawal. It will appear next month with an updated letter from Councillor Ainsley. Come on. Okay. Yeah, mic's on. Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. So just a flag to anyone that was planning to depute on e-scooters, that item will now be moved to the next month, and you have your wonderful Monday back. Okay, that leaves us with several items. We'll get started, and then the members have been flagged. We will pause the meeting at 10 and resume promptly at 10:30 because we have flag raising and we're going to lose quorum. So that will be happening. So we'll get started on the first item, IE 4.1. We have one deputation. Emily?
Hello, this is Emily speaking. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm just downstairs getting through security, but I'll do this by phone since I'm not up there unless, yeah, that makes enough sense. Sorry for the bells in the background. Thank you, councillors and committee members, for hearing this deputation. I'm here from the Toronto Environmental Alliance. We're an environmental organization and we've been advocating for zero waste for more than 30 years. I'm here to urge you to reject any proposal to, in the short term, medium term, or long term, incinerate Toronto's garbage. Incineration is a toxic and dirty and inefficient form of energy and an inefficient and expensive way to manage waste. Toronto has committed to becoming a circular economy and moving towards net zero by 2040. Incinerating Toronto's garbage goes against both of those goals. Building a circular economy requires managing resources, reducing, reusing, recycling, and composting to reduce residual waste. Sorry, getting distracted by someone. Sorry, it's hard to do a deputation outdoors. In addition, it's important to note that Toronto's garbage still contains a lot of divertible waste. Most of what's in the average garbage bag is not garbage. There's a significant portion of recyclables, usually around 20%. Up to a third of the garbage bag is organics that belong in the compost. And there's another 10 to 15% of waste that is textiles, electronic waste, and other materials that should be diverted. We should not be wasting money sending this material to be burned in an incinerator instead of diverting it. In addition, incineration goes counter to Toronto's climate goals. Recent EU statistics show that incineration has a similar carbon intensity per kilowatt hour as natural gas. When you consider that Toronto's grid is consistently much cleaner than many other areas of the world, incineration and energy from waste is about 17 times more carbon intensive than Ontario's grid, which is about 30 grams per carbon equivalent per kilowatt hour. So this goes directly against Toronto's climate goals. Also, it's undisputed that reducing, reusing, and recycling materials is more energy efficient and prevents more greenhouse gas emissions than any form of disposal. Waste to energy and energy from waste, whatever you call it, also generates a number of polluting emissions and toxic ash. It creates things like sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, dioxins and furans, which are extremely toxic. And even the most modern filtration system and comprehensive filtration system cannot completely eliminate all of these pollutants. There are two incinerators close to Toronto. One is in Peel region, the Emerald facility, and that is a more than 20-year-old facility which has emissions testing about once per year. There's another facility near Toronto called the Durham York Energy Centre, and while that has much more emission testing, there's been a number of times where those pollutant levels have exceeded the allowable limits by up to 14 times for dioxins. Considering all of these things, we urge you not to proceed with any form of incineration. It's harmful, it sends the burden to other communities, and it goes counter to Toronto's goals. I think I'd also like to say that we're very concerned and disappointed with the lack of public consultation and transparency on this item. A few years ago, the city worked extensively on a long-term waste management strategy with multiple years of public consultation, meetings with stakeholders, experts, and waste groups to talk about what the city should be doing in the short and medium and long term to reduce waste and then to consider different disposal options. At that time, there was a lot of discussion about what sort of criteria should be used. How should we decide what to do with our waste? There was talk about environmental concerns, health concerns, and social impacts. Not just looking at diversion rate and landfill space, but looking at the different climate impacts and the health impact, avoided emissions. Those criteria aren't mentioned at all here, and I'm concerned that people who participated in those stakeholder meetings a few years ago were told, sign up for an email, you'll be updated on what's happening with the city's waste strategy and when major things are happening. This item just came to the committee. It didn't get, notification didn't get sent out to stakeholders or the public. There's been very little information available. And if I understand this motion correctly, there would be very little to no public consultation on any future steps. So, to conclude, we urge you to reject all forms of incineration for Toronto's waste. We can do better. We have a great start on circular economy initiatives. I think the city needs to go further with reducing single-use plastic and takeaway items at the source, address construction waste, textile waste, and get organics out of the garbage. Those are all tactics that we know will reduce Toronto's waste and carbon footprint. Yeah, that's what I'll stop there. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing
Sorry,
none.
Councillor Ainsley?
Go ahead, Councillor Ainsley.
Yeah, Emily, could you comment a bit about, so a few months ago as part of, I was at the waste to energy facility in Durham that seems to be working quite well. They have a very comprehensive recycling program, composting program. They seem to be doing everything they can to get material out of the waste stream into the recycling, the circular economy, as you call it. There seems to be minimal emissions. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, it's a great question. As incinerators go, it's a newer incinerator, so it may be better than some of the oldest ones. However, there still are emission problems. The Durham York Energy Center had a number of problems. I think it was delayed when it was being built. It was delayed by a few years because they kept having stack testing problems. There's been a few times where the amount of dioxins that were measured coming from the stacks were 14 times higher than what's allowed. And just in case you don't know, dioxins are the most toxic, or one of the most toxic substances known. They're considered 140,000 times more toxic than mercury. So any amount of dioxins is something that's concerning. While this facility is reducing garbage, it's also sending 41,000 tons of ash to a landfill in New York and one near Thorold. So it's not completely eliminating the waste. And as I said, incineration and energy from waste in any form is still more carbon intensive than any other type of energy that's being generated. It's closer to natural gas and coal in terms of how dirty it is. It's not a clean form of energy, even with emission controls.
Okay, appreciate the feedback. And thanks for deputing today. Have a great day.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Additional deputants on this item? Okay, questions of staff. We'll have one round and then we'll have to recess and we'll come back. Any questions of staff?
Councillor Cole, I have a question of staff.
Go ahead, Councillor Cole.
Yes. Where does our waste go that goes to our transfer stations? Like I've got Ingram Road there. Where does that garbage and waste all go?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. It goes to the Green Lane landfill in Southhold, which is close to London.
Okay, and how many tons do we ship to Greenville there?
So there's approximately 500,000 tons of material that goes into Green Lane each year.
How many truck loads of garbage go? They go on the 401 every day to London there?
They do, and I don't have the number per year, but we can get that for you, no problem.
What's the cost of trucking all of our garbage to London, Ontario there?
So we've got two contracts that with First Beaten and another provider, and it's approximately, I believe, around $20 million a year, plus or minus, but we can get you those exact numbers for sure.
So is the number of trucks or garbage leaving Toronto over the last year or two been increasing or decreasing?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, they've been fairly static, and I was just provided the number. It's around 40 trucks per day that leave our transfer stations and go to our landfill.
Okay, and so what, we purchased that landfill? I can't recall now.
Yes, we did in 2007.
What cost was that?
I believe it was a little bit over $200 million at the time.
Okay, when does that landfill run out?
Approximately 2035, 2036. And again, that's all dependent on how much waste is taken there and all the efforts that we're doing in terms of waste diversion and waste reduction. But at this point in time, with the amount of materials that are managed by solid waste, approximately 2035, 2036, again, plus or minus.
So have we got a plan in place to do something an alternative way once it's filled up in 36?
So through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, that's what's detailed in this report in terms of the next steps that staff are seeking authority to move on that path, and then report back to council with a plan in the next probably 3 to 4 years on for council's approval.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. There's advanced circulated motions that are up. So I just want to make sure this is leaving all the options on the table going forward. And part of it is removing delegated authority, so you have to report back prior to entering any agreement. So are you comfortable with that?
Madam Chair, we're comfortable with the advanced circulated motion with regards to the energy from waste piece being identified as an area where we need to do additional consultations and returning back to council before any agreements are negotiated or entered into.
Okay. Now, one of them says direct the general transportation manager transportation to revise the residual waste management work plan by removing any reference to plans or options related to energy from waste processing and report back to the meeting. So I'm reading that as it's taking off the option, and then you won't be looking at it in any form. So am I understanding that, or what is that recommendation saying?
So the way I read that recommendation is that in order to proceed with energy from waste, we need to consult the broader community and return back to council with a path forward on energy from waste. The motion does not say explicitly do not engage in any energy from waste consultations or activities, so it does leave the door open. There's just additional steps that staff will have to take from a consultative approach with Toronto residents and council to report back on what we've heard from the community, and then from that point take our next steps in whatever council's direction is in terms of additional work on energy from waste or not.
So now it's asking you to report directly to the June 14th, 15th, 16th, 2023 meeting. So that revised work plan, will that outline consultation that needs to be done and that could keep this option on the table? Like, will that report be clear that this is still an option we're pursuing? This is how it's running in parallel to other processes that you have?
Yes, Madam Chair. So the intent would be that we would move forward with our landfilling program in terms of looking at future space for that. And at the same time, instead of working towards an energy from waste solution, we will consult with the community on energy from waste at the same time that we're doing that other work plan and report back to council with any findings that we have through that process. And in terms of the dates, I believe those dates are specifically for the long-term waste management strategy, and we will be doing a refresh on that as well. So, you know, the dates, if the June date of 2024 is still on the table, I just want to make sure that expectations are met in terms of staff's ability to hit that date, and it's not realistic that we can come back in June of 2023 or November of 2023 2024 on that work plan. It will take a number of months to do that work. So we're looking probably 2 years for the long-term waste management strategy refresh and the circular economy roadmap development.
Okay, noted. So there's 3 reports in here. Okay, so there's 2 coming back in November 2024, and you think that should be June 2025? Is that what I'm hearing?
That would be helpful to manage expectations.
But the other one is the report next month. So that's the one that I was referring to. So that says to revise the work plan that you submitted today and revise that work plan to remove any reference to plans or options related to energy from waste. So that would mean effectively stop, I'm reading that as that's saying to stop working on this.
So in speaking with the clerks, that is a way to adjust our work plan because we can't necessarily, I don't believe, and Matthew can correct me if I'm wrong, strike energy from waste specifically from that attachment right now. So we have to come back with a revised attachment that does not have energy from waste in there in terms of moving forward on next steps of getting an energy from waste facility or negotiating on energy from waste. What we will do is we will consult the broader community while we do the landfill work and come back. So I think it's just a technical edit, Matthew, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, on that document, which we can come back with. But in terms of energy from waste, there's not a firm no, do not go down this route of energy from waste. It's a go consult with the community and come back to council with a recommended approach to energy from waste and receive council's direction at that time.
Okay. Can we continue to look at this before the next council meeting? And I would maybe ask, maybe we can think on that more before the next council meeting as well, because it doesn't read that way to me. So maybe you can convince me between now and council, that's what it's saying. Okay, Councillor Perks has a question.
Yeah, and thank you for indulging me as a non-committee member. So I just want to make sure we're all understanding what the motion does is say you do not have authority to develop a contract either for short or long-term energy from waste disposal. You do have the authority to consult with the public and to consider whether or not there's a role for energy from waste and in what conditions as you develop your long-term plan. Is that? Oh, I lost the chair there.
Sorry, I got. The Italian flag raising is late, so this is why I've not canceled the meeting or broken. So it will be approximately at 10:20, and we can let you know. And then I've also confirmed that if I don't attend, we have quorum, so we can keep going. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
So yes, my question was, if I'm understanding this correctly, what the effect of the motion is to take away the recommendation to give you authority to develop and negotiate a contract either for short or long-term energy from waste, but it gives you the authority to go out, consult the public and stakeholders on things like what would be appropriate conditions for you to consider it. Is that a fair summary?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, that's my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. Sorry about that. The city's current long-term waste management strategy was adopted in 2016, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And that was before the city adopted its climate emergency declaration, developed Transform TO, or any of its net zero commitments, correct?
That's correct.
And so there's significant work that's necessary to be done to bring the long-term waste management strategy into conformity with our climate goals, correct?
That's correct.
And waste is a significant source of, among other things, methane, which is a very powerful greenhouse gas.
That's correct.
Right. And so one of the things in the advanced circulated motion is to give you direction to get on with getting our long-term waste management strategy consistent with our very important climate goals, correct?
That's correct.
And the other key feature of this motion is to have you do more effort on reducing waste as a priority to figuring out where to bury it or burn it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions of staff? Speakers? Outside speakers first, is he here? Councillor Perks, did you want to speak? Yeah, me too, it's hard.
Thank you very much. So this feels like deja vu all over again for me. The first time I think I made a deputation to Toronto City Council in 1980, it was on this very issue. And at that time, we were very much in the same position. The City of Toronto was running out of disposal space for its solid waste, and some people were saying, well, if you put the waste into an incinerator, you don't have to find a landfill, and that's all good. And after some digging and some work, we realized, no, every time you build an incinerator, you also have to build a landfill, because a third of what goes in there still needs to be landfilled. That the Ontario regime for testing and maintaining the quality of the emissions from incinerators was not very good, still true today, and that we really needed to put some conditions on considering incinerators, and that those conditions had to be developed in a transparent way that included the public, that included stakeholders, and made sure we knew what we were buying. That's where we were 40 years ago, and guess what? That's where we are today. Councillor Sachs is proposing a motion that I know has been circulated to most members of the committee that says, continue doing the work to develop your long-term waste management plan, but we're not comfortable today to delegate authority to staff to start negotiating to purchase either existing incinerator capacity or to build a new one. Before we take that step, before we give staff that authority, we need to go out and talk to people in the community who have expertise in this area and people who just have opinions, because otherwise, you know, you could wake up at a committee meeting a few months from now and discover that somewhere in the industrial lands in central Etobicoke or in the port lands or in Scarborough, city staff have negotiated a conversation to build a new incinerator and you weren't asked about it. And I will tell you, as someone who has been around waste management issues in the City of Toronto for 40 years, it just doesn't work that way. You have to go and do the work ahead of time to have the conversation on disposal capacity. Otherwise, you wind up like we did. Remember Kirkland Lake? That's what happens when you, yeah, Mr. Stein is rolling his eyes back into his head. You wind up in a circumstance where there's only one solution on the table. The public didn't have an idea, and you get near riots. During the debate on Kirkland Lake, it went on for 4 days at council, and the police had to clear the chamber 3 times. I know, I was one of the people they cleared. So I think what Councillor Sachs has done is come up with a path forward that gives staff the authority to take those short-term measures, extending the life of Green Lane, looking at already approved landfill capacity, looking at ways to get the province of Ontario to finally take seriously our repeated requests for a long-term plan to reduce the amount of waste we need to dispose, and to ask the public, what are the conditions you would consider this other option under? I think it's a fair compromise. I think it, you know, someone who's profoundly anti-incineration like I am feels some comfort here. Others who are, you know, more ambivalent on the question feel like there's some comfort there. So I think we've reached a good way of doing it. And you've heard from Mr. Kelleher that he's satisfied that we're at a good place. So I commend you to take a look at the motion that Councillor Sachs is working on. I think it's the right path out for all of us.
Thank you. Are there additional speakers to the item? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much. And I see Mr. DiGeronimo is our DCM today. We've been through lots of conversations and lots of alternates, particularly at Ashbridges Bay, and then finding what was really excellent solution, but it did take a long time. I think that the motion that Councillor Sachs is suggesting and the consideration of it, or the response from Mr. Kelleher that would be fine, is really what I'm going to call best practice for the City of Toronto. Indicating that now we do have an issue, we have a capacity issue, and flagging that 2036, we're going to have a problem at Green Lane. Now the best practice in the City of Toronto, the way we like to work, is to let everybody know we have a capacity issue, and here are the options we're looking at. And in this motion, it says, and put out for discussion also waste to energy. What best practice isn't, in my opinion, and I'm very grateful to you, Mr. Kelleher, for being willing to adjust that approach, is simply coming in and say, well, we have a problem and here's what we're going to do. We're going to embark on what could be difficult because there will be no conversation about it. And at the end of the day, it is a problem. When we started this conversation many years ago, Green Lane was found, which made it simple to say, well, we're not going to pursue waste for energy, from energy. But we don't know what else exists out there. We don't know about any other technologies, and we haven't talked to the public. So I think this committee is in a very good place to actually implement what we've always done as a best practice, and that is lay things out. Here's our approach. Want to know what you think, and then come back to committee. We do that on everything else in the city. We do that on parks in the city. We do that on bike lanes in the city. We do that everywhere. So we're getting approval today. We have a bike plan. I think we need to have this energy plan, waste management plan, and Mr. Kelleher is saying we need to add another element in. Let's do that and see how that goes. But I think for the City of Toronto at a committee to simply say, well, we're changing the way we do things, we're going to go out and we're not going to come back and tell you we want delegated authority, that's a problem for the city. That's a problem as a best practice problem. So let's try to keep this orderly, friendly, best practice, because that way we always get to the right place. The other way, we don't get to the right place. So, Madam Chair, I'm hoping that this motion that's been finally crafted, I would assume, with the input of staff, a very thoughtful one, that we should be clear on it. I also just want to remind everybody that today is 3 weeks from an election in which we're having a new mayor. We don't know who that's going to be, but I would want us to at least leave windows open during this time, and councillors to feel that that's a good practice too, a best practice when we're 3 weeks away from a new administration. Thank you.
Additional speakers? Councillor Sachs?
Right. So thank you very much, everybody. I have a motion. It's been circulated. There are a number, and thank you to staff and to my colleagues for working very hard with me on this motion. There are several key features to this motion. The first is to remove the delegation to staff to go ahead and negotiate contracts for energy from waste facilities. This is not an appropriate matter to delegate. Maybe we could stop the time and I'll wait to, I'll wait till you're ready.
It says to direct the general manager of transportation.
Well, she doesn't have enough to do. Okay. All right. Can we fix that and then I'll start again? Somebody said trucks. So I didn't catch that when I proved it. I guess it's because so many of my motions are about transportation. Oh, they got it. Okay. All right. Can you restart my time, please? Okay, thank you very much. All right, well, now that we have this back to Mr. Kelleher, so my motion has three main components. One is to put waste reduction first. It has always been clear that that is the most cost-effective, the most important, the most environmentally beneficial, the most financially beneficial option that we have is to create a lot less waste. We still we make much too much waste, and we also have much too much contamination. An embarrassingly large amount of the average garbage bag still contains things that shouldn't be there. It's organics that should be going in the green bin, and recyclables that should be in the blue bin, or things that are toxic and dangerous there. So we have been working on this for a long time, but we still haven't made nearly enough progress in getting the wrong things out of garbage bags, and that is the most cost-effective and most environmentally effective thing for us to do. And so before we spend hundreds of millions of dollars on more landfills, we should be doing everything possible to reduce the amount of waste that we send for landfill or final disposal. The second thing is, as Mr. Kelleher just mentioned, is that our current long-term waste management strategy is not consistent with our climate goals. And waste is a very significant producer of some of the most harmful greenhouse gases, particularly methane, which is not only a climate pollutant, but also a significant contributor to ground-level smog, which has substantial health effects. Now, we do ask a lot out of our solid waste staff. I know that. I've worked closely with them. They've got a really hard job. And it makes them harder to also asking them to be consulting with the public and doing really detailed environmental work and getting consistent with climate at the same time. But we do have to do all these things. We are in a climate emergency. We are going into 5 exceptionally hot years. We're going to be punished over and over by that heat, and they still may be the coolest years for the rest of our lives. So we have to get on with our climate things. We have very serious climate commitments, and we cannot meet them if all the city departments are not pulling in the same direction, and waste is an important one. And the third component of my motion, as mentioned by Councillors Perks and Fletcher, is that we shouldn't be delegating to staff authority to go off and negotiate contracts for incineration of our waste when we haven't, as a community, agreed to do that. Nor do we know anything near enough about the environmental consequences of doing that. I spent a very large part of my career, both in the Ministry of Environment and in private practice, dealing with waste and the consequences of waste, both waste that is burned and waste that is buried, and neither of them are good. And they both last for a long period of time. There is no free lunch here. But there are particular concerns about incineration, widely shared concerns about incineration, and the impacts are much more widespread than in many cases from landfills. So as Mr. Kelleher mentioned, staff can continue to consult and collect information, but what they cannot do under my motion is go ahead and negotiate a contract and then come back to us in 6 months or a year or 2 years and say, okay, we have an emergency, you have to sign right now, which is otherwise how we're going to end up. So those are the 3 major features of my motion. You'll see that I've added a lot of environmental details about the energy from waste facilities because, again, as mentioned by my colleagues, the Ministry of Environment has historically done a poor job in regulating these facilities, and under the current government, we have no reason for confidence that they would do a competent job at all. So we need to ask the questions. We cannot simply trust that if the province is allowing them to operate, that means they're safe for the people living nearby. In many cases, they're not. So those are the main reasons for my motion. I'm happy to take questions if my colleagues have questions.
Any questions of the mover? Okay, seeing none. Additional speakers to this item?
Councillor Cole?
Councillor Cole, go ahead.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is business as usual, where we keep on trucking all of our waste to London, Ontario, to a landfill site that we own at the cost of millions of dollars. And we have our streets are being polluted every day, not only by garbage, but all these gigantic garbage trucks from city garbage trucks or GFL who talk about air quality and impact on the climate. You know, look what those gigantic garbage trucks are doing. And unfortunately, people are under the illusion still that, you know, everything is okay. And it isn't okay. And these motions here are great, but they do nothing to deal with the core problem. And that is the core problem of getting a mindset change in Toronto in terms of what we do with waste. You know, people are essentially lulled in the false sense of security here that we are doing enough. Well, we're not. So I would like to see a whole different approach here. Let Mr. Kelleher do his work, but meanwhile, the city's got to step up and essentially work with residents to try and change our attitude towards waste. It has not improved with all this that's taking place, all this climate emergency talk that goes on every day. People are still throwing out all kinds of garbage. The cardboard, our main streets are littered with cardboard boxes like you wouldn't believe. You can't walk along most of our main streets. All the pizza boxes, and it's just shameful what is going on. If there is a climate emergency, that is to be taken seriously. So I don't think now's the time to do it, but I'm not going to support any of these motions unless in the near future we do something about changing the dynamics here in terms of how we deal with our waste. Because right now it's out of sight, out of mind. It's gone to, London, Ontario in trucks on the 401 every day. We used to do it to Detroit. How many hundreds of millions of dollars did we spend taxpayers' money shipping garbage to Detroit? Never mind Kirkland Lake and the Adams mine site. We were shipping it to Detroit. And they said, enough, we don't want Toronto's garbage. That's why we had to buy Green Lane there in London. So I just think we've got to do something pretty dramatic here to change this very, very hazardous situation that's taking place in the city. And it's going to take place even more because of the another million people that are going to move into Toronto and all the construction waste. We don't even include the private waste that is being hauled in trucks and the pollution that is causing, the air quality impacts that's having. So anyways, I'm going to hold off on a motion till the next meeting, but essentially I'm not supporting anything here because it basically lulls everybody's false sense of security that everything is going along according to plan. Well, the plan is broken unless we do something because, as Councillor Sack says, we have a catastrophe on the horizon here and we cannot continue business as usual. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional speakers to this item? Okay, I have some amendments to Councillor Sax's motion reflecting the discussion we had. So the first one is cleaning up the language instead of saying removing all references to plans or options to remove any authority to negotiate energy from waste processing and add community consultation to energy on energy from waste to the work plan and bring that work plan back. And I think that's more reflective of the conversation we had about keeping all options open, which is what, Councillor Fletcher also said. We need options. I think we need options too. The next one is amending parts 1 and 2 to change the date from November 2024 to June 2025, which is what the general manager for solid waste said was a more realistic time frame to get that work done. Councillor Sachs used the same line I've said over and over at council. There's no free lunch. We process waste. We have waste in the city. It goes somewhere. Going to landfill results in groundwater contamination, burns fossil fuels, transporting it over long distances, and the landscape has changed dramatically for siting new landfill. And we now have a regime where communities have the ability to veto taking waste. We have negotiations, and we're finally embracing, reconciliation and prior informed consent, and we're working with our First Nations in a better way too. So the landscape for landfill isn't what it was, and it's very hard process, very lengthy to cite. We also need to have emergency, we also need something to do if there's an emergency and our landfill shuts down and we need to bring something somewhere else. So we need to keep looking at all of our options to keep our future options open, because one thing we're seeing internationally too is people are starting to say you have to dispose of your own waste in your own backyard, and they don't want it leaving your jurisdiction. And where's Toronto going to be if that movement that continues globally keeps happening? So this, I think, is more reflective of the conversations that we had. I'm hopeful I'll get your support on that, but I will also say that I have asked city staff to go through all of our motions in this report again with a fine-tooth comb, just to make sure that everything is technically correct and we're crossing all our T's and dotting all our I's. So we'll look at that again when it comes to council in a few weeks. Okay, so with that, we'll move to seeing no other speakers. No other speakers? Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Okay, so if we're going to put off the revision of the long-term waste strategy for 2 years, recognizing how few years we have to dramatically cut our climate pollution, or we're going to be offside, would you be open to at least an interim report in a year?
Yes.
So that we can see, are there any short-term measures that we can take? Because, right?
No, I'm fine with an interim report back. So do you want to stand this down and reflect that now in my edits? Okay, we'll do that. So any other speakers? Maybe we'll make that one friendly change before we vote on it. We can vote on it after the next item.
And you probably want to put the word contract in the removing the delegation, because it's not delegating the processing, what we're not doing is delegating authority to negotiate contracts.
Okay, so we'll make those amendments, and then
Thank you.
again, I think we'll have a look at it this at council just to make sure we've not missed anything in preparing this hastily today.
So maybe we can stand it down, get
Yep,
the wording right.
we'll stand it down, we'll fix that, we'll come back for a vote. Okay, no other speakers? Okay, great. So that takes us to IE 4.3, Cycling Network Plan. Our first speaker is Robert Zajkowski. And please do correct me if I did not say that right.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and good morning. I'm Robert Zajkowski, author of the Two Wheel Politics bike blog and a resident of University Rosedale. My partner and I live near the Bloor-Danforth bikeway, so we bike on Bloor quite often to visit shops on Bloor, get groceries, and do some other errands. And sometimes we'll bring our dog Mozzie to High Park in our cargo bike. Overall, we found the safety to be a lot better with the protected bike lanes in place. Before we moved to Rosedale last year, we lived in Parkdale High Park, and we will sometimes visit Bloor West Village, which doesn't have bike lanes west of Brinemead, and we found that it's nowhere near as safe in that neighborhood. However, the safety benefits of protected bike lanes don't just apply to people who bike. I held community bikeways with a bike count in August 2021, in which we were at 4 different locations along Bloor, and we are figuring out how many people were riding on sidewalks. So in the parks that didn't have bike lanes, such as at Royal York and Islington, we found that over 30% of cyclists would ride on sidewalk, whereas those that had the bike lanes, such as at Runnymede and in Yorkville, the rate was less than 5%. So basically, it helps us pedestrians not having to worry about cyclists on sidewalks. And as for drivers, they feel safer too because it's easier for a driver to predict where the cyclists are if there's a bike lane. And I feel that the safety benefits will continue should the Bloor bike lanes be extended from Runnymede to 6 points. However, even with this installation by 2024, there will still be a 4-kilometer gap between 6 points and the Mississauga border. The same Mississauga will be debating their Bloor Street Integrated project at their General Committee this Wednesday. And their recommended design will include 2 traffic lanes, a center turning lane, and protected bike lanes. That happened to be similar to what was proposed here in Toronto back in 2009 from Mill Road to Beamish Drive. And then I heard that over the next few years that part of Bloor from Etobicoke Creek to Highway 427 is due for resurfacing. So given all these factors, I believe that this committee and City Council should seriously consider a motion to add the remaining 4-kilometer gap on Bloor to the 2025 to 27 near-term cycling implementation plan, and to start design and consultation work as soon as possible. We found that this project to extend the Bloor bike lanes has broad support. Community Bikeways prepared this letter, which was signed by over 100 signatories, including 65 businesses in the extension area, and does as a community group, which Albert Cole will go on in his deputation shortly. I also have here a petition that has been signed by 1,906 people. Yeah, I submitted one online, but I did an update this morning. So given the safety benefits of the Bloor bike lane extension and the fact that Mississauga is planning to install bike lanes on their part of Bloor, I urge that this committee and City Council not only support the Bloor West Complete Street extension and the other cycling projects contained in this motion, but to secure that 4-kilometer gap from 6 points to Mississauga as soon as possible. I thank you for your time, and let's finish the job for bike lanes on Bloor.
Thank you for your deputation and keeping it to 3.5 minutes. Much appreciated. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Albert Cole. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. I'll reset your time. It's not displayed, so I'll give you a warning as well.
Thank you. My name's Albert Cole. I'm a volunteer with the We Belong on Bloor campaign of community bikeways. Just have 5 quick points to make. Number one, safety and support for the project. So first, we're super excited about the road safety improvements coming to Bloor Street. Safer intersections, lower speeds by design from a narrowed motorway, and sidewalks buffered by bike lanes. There was once in our city, we had grass medians that protected people on pedestrians. Bike lanes serve essentially the same purpose. We're super appreciative of staff for professionally run, thorough process. We're grateful to the support of local councillor Perks and Morley. We agree with Councillor Morley that our streets are for more than moving cars. They're vital community spaces where people work, play, and connect with the community. We know that 47% of our respondents to the city survey strongly support the road safety changes. That figure jumps to 57% when you include people in favor. We know that businesses nowadays are far more in support of cycling infrastructure, road safety. We did spend a lot of time going to the community and have 65 signed letters from local businesses between Runnymede and Royal York. So, you know, what's motivated us for a long time is a new reality. This is Bloor Street, where it does have a bike lane near Bathurst and Bloor. This is not only better for people in terms of health, safety, and a pleasant environment. It's also more efficient for moving people. So this photo was taken in the morning. Later in the day, there would be far more traffic, and by traffic, I mean thousands of people on the sidewalk, thousands of cyclists, thousands of people going to transit, and that's, of course, what local businesses want. And now, the potential for walking and cycling is great. We know, of course, even in the project area, 156,000 people move through that corridor. Only 26,000 are in cars. The potential for more cycling and walking is, of course, great. Jennifer Alexander, publisher of the newsletter Etobicoke Voice, says, and she wrote to you, while many people assume that Etobicoke residents are just pro-car, that's not true. In fact, many residents tell me they would much prefer to bike or walk, but are afraid. So 3, let's talk about the reality of Etobicoke. This is a photograph looking towards Islington and Bloor. Between East Mall and Royal York, there are 70 apartment buildings, residential towers. Of those, 40 are over 20 stories. That is the growth, and that's the reality that we have to talk about. Some people say, I have to drive. But of course, that's what the rest of us say as well. We have to walk, we have to cycle, we have to take transit. We're going to the same places, going to schools, to dentist appointments, doctor appointments, and to work. So I know most of the opposition you'll hear today will be to repeat arguments that have long been refuted by careful research and experience. There is, of course, there would be a better target. For example, if you're worried about emergency vehicles getting through in space. These vehicles, these large pickups are proliferating on our streets. They are on 100% of our streets. The numbers are surging. If you're hit by this vehicle, you're 3.4 times more likely to die. Only 4% of our streets have bike lanes. Finally, so some people, as I say, will continue to focus on apparently a greater danger and evil to be feared above all else. But that's not the reality, neither of the staff report nor of the street. So finally, I'd conclude by saying nobody's even saying don't drive. What this staff recommendation is saying, ask yourself, isn't a delay measured in minutes or even seconds, isn't that a worthwhile investment in your neighbors, in your children, in your city, and in the city's future? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to our next deputant, Jeffrey Wells.
Good morning, and thank you for seeing me this morning. I'm talking about the bike lanes along Bloor Street. I don't have an issue or a concern so much about the establishment of the bike lanes. My concern is far more about the timing of the installation of the bike lanes. I don't know how many people here are familiar with the area, but there's only 6 roads that cross the Humber River between Highway 401 and Lake Ontario. We have the Lakeshore in the south, which is fine. We have Lawrence Avenue in the north, which is an old small bridge that leads to the town of Weston. It's not great as an arterial road. The next one south of that is Eglinton Avenue, which is narrowed by a lane for the construction of the subway. And if you go to the south end, the Queensway is narrowed by a lane at St. Joe's Hospital, which is in a quarter of a kilometer of the river. The Queensway lane reduction is once again the result of the TTC being late and over budget on the rebuild of the tracks there. They have still got it narrowed by 1 lane. When will they ever finish a project on time, on budget? Whoever knows. So we have those 2 lanes, those 2 roads that are reduced. There is Dundas Street, but there is an old train trestle crossing at Scarlet Road, which is right at the edge of the Humber River, that is slated for reconstruction. When that happens, Dundas Street will then be narrowed by 1 lane at the same time that Eglinton is narrowed and at the same time the TTC can't finish the Queensway. Now we're proposing to put the bike lanes across Bloor Street within the next 6 months to a year. That will narrow Bloor Street by 1 lane. So we're changing the capacity across the Humber River. Right now, it's reduced by 15%. When they close Dundas Street, it'll go to 25%. When they close Bloor Street, it'll go to 33%. We can't afford a reduction in lane capacity all at the same time on the same arterial routes. If we're going to get the bike lanes on Bloor Street, okay. But let's get Eglinton or the Queensway opened up so the vehicular traffic has an alternative. We can remember, many of us would remember 6 or 8 years ago, when the city and the traffic management and bureaucrats and so on closed the Gardner and the Humber River on the same summer weekend. No one could get downtown. Tourists trying to get into the city stopped at Sherway Gardens. It was an absolute nightmare. They came out on Monday and said, we're not going to let that happen again. We are going to make sure that someone is managing that. Well, I think someone should manage this too. I think we can make all parties interested here, whether you drive an automobile or you ride a bicycle. We're going to put the bike lanes through. We don't have an issue with that. But we're not going to put them through until we get some of the other arterial roads back to normal capacity. So the bicycle lobby, we're doing it. We're going ahead with it. We're going to do it. But we can't do it right now. We need to get the TTC to finish their part. We need to get something done on Eglinton. Perhaps we can work 24 hours a day on that or something. Get it going, get it done, and get the lanes opened. And do not start the construction on the Dundas Street train trestle until we do these things. So I won't take any more of your time. I just think that if you were to look at a map and see the roads and see what is happening and what's proposed, you'll know that it's not great timing is the issue for me, is the timing of it all. It's going to create more problems, and there's an alternative to get it a little better. Somebody kickstart the TTC, get them to finish their job, and get Eglinton back online before we close Bloor and or before we close Dundas, or not close but reduce the lane reduction. We can't have that kind of percentage. And we should have an ongoing policy here that we don't close arterial roads insofar as lane reductions of more than 15% at any one time. We seem to do this over and over again. They did it at the 6 points. When they were rebuilding the 6 points, they closed Kipling Avenue down to 1 lane. because of major reconstruction. The same summer they closed Islington to resurface part of it. The same time parallel arterial routes reduced. The resurfacing of Islington could have waited till the next summer and not have had the problem. Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you for your deputation. Other questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Bob Murphy, followed by Jean Nogami, followed by Roger Morier. We have Bob. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bob Murphy, and I'm here on behalf of Community Bikeways. I'm a brain injury survivor, and I sit on the Brain Injury Society of Toronto Advocacy and Advisory Committee, and I'm a cyclist. Yesterday, we were out on Bloor, and it was just phenomenal. Traffic moving, cyclists, streets were packed, people shopping. If we extend the bike lanes on Bloor West and have access to safe, dedicated bike lanes, we're stopping at these shops, these mom and pops, the bakeries, the coffee shops, the ice cream stores, and be able to move in these areas safely. The best way to see what's going on in your wards and your neighborhood is get on a bike and ride through it. It's just awesome of what you'll be able to see in your neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Jean Nogami, followed by Roger Morier, followed by Alison Stewart. Hi, good morning. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I want to thank you specifically for the invitation that you extended to the cycling community on Thursday morning. You said that you hoped that we would show up, so I'm here.
Thank you.
My name is Jun Nogami. I represent Parkdale High Park, which is the Ward 4 arm of Cycle Toronto, and we obviously support the extension of the Bloor bike lanes to Kipling, and as my friend and colleague Robert expressed, maybe eventually to the Mississauga border. I myself commute from my residence near Runnymede and Annette to the University of Toronto every day, and those cycle tracks have made a huge difference. My route now is about 90% on either bike lanes or cycle tracks, and it'll be 100% once the construction on Bloor underneath the Barrie GO line is complete. I've seen the difference in the volume of bike traffic along Bloor. It now feels safe enough that my wife is now willing to cycle with me. When our schedules align, we commute by tandem bike to U of T, and that's been really wonderful. I would like you to approve this proposal so that we can extend this sense of safety and security for all of those people that are biking west of Runnymede Road, in particular those that are west of the Humber River. People might ask, well, does anyone commute those long distances from west of the Humber River? And I would say that some people already do that, and I would submit to you that with the advent of electric-assisted bicycles, that more and more people are finding that they can commute those long distances. I would also say that bicycle lanes aren't just for long-distance commuting. They have an impact on the local community, people making short trips by bicycle, and as Bob just said, people shopping locally. I certainly do the majority of my shopping where I can locally in Bloor West Village. Finally, on the general issue of road safety, I'm also a member of an organization called ARC, or Advocacy for Respect for Cyclists, and we installed yesterday evening a ghost bike on Scarlet Road for the cyclist who was killed on May 28th. We don't want to be doing this anymore, and we're also greatly upset by the fact that several mayoral candidates have put as a plank on their platform the removal of bike lanes across the city. That is obviously counter to the city's professed goal of moving towards Vision Zero. So I would ask you to approve the proposals I would ask you to move forward and not backwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your deputation. Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Roger Moirier. After that, we'll have Allison Stewart and then John Nunziata. Thank you for joining us, Roger. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good morning, Deputy Mayor McKelvey and councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. My name is Roger Moirier. I'm a resident of Toronto. I don't represent any particular association, but I do live in the neighborhood around Bloor Jane and Bloor Annette, and my message to you this morning is that if you already have read the staff report and agree with the various proposals, and I want to thank you for your support. If you are still waiting to hear arguments about the various proposals, I hope you will base your decision on the data, on the evidence, and about what works and what has been shown to work for everyone. Other speakers here will probably address the data, the evidence. I'd like to offer in the time just a few personal views as someone who is now semi-retired and someone who moves about that Bloor West corridor every day. I'm a driver, I drive. I'm a cyclist, I'm a pedestrian, and I use the TTC. So I use all modes of transit to get around the city. I move around the city and in the Bloor West area for 3 reasons. I go shopping, like many of you. I go to appointments or meetings, and for recreation. So the easiest thing for me to do is to use my bicycle. That's by far the best way for me to get around, yet I am reluctant to do that much of the time. And why? Simply because it is just still too dangerous to do so. Along Bloor, west of Renewable, there are no protected bike lanes. Going west past Jane Street, which I've done from time to time, traffic goes by well above, often well above the 50-kilometer-an-hour speed limit. So I use my car to go to groceries, to go shopping, to go to appointments. I don't want to, because it costs me more in terms of gasoline and parking, but that, and even what that is doing for the global environment and climate change. For recreation, I often ride alone. And unlike June's wife, my wife used to ride with me, but she doesn't do it anymore when I go out for a recreational ride. Why? Because she was almost struck by a car on 2 separate occasions, and she says she's not getting on a bike in Toronto. If there were more protected bike lanes, she would definitely come riding with me more often. My stepdaughter is a family doctor here in Toronto. She works at a large hospital. She was on her way on a bicycle on her way to attend to COVID patients last year when a car swerved in front of her, cut her off, struck her, and she ended up on the hood of the car. A doctor on her way to the hospital to do work. She wasn't badly hurt, but she too is now scared to ride a bicycle in the city of Toronto on arterial roads. That accident would not have happened, she says, and I believe her, if there had been protected bike lanes on that road. Finally, yesterday I was talking to my grandson, my 4-year-old grandson who lives in England. He's coming to visit this summer in August. And he asked me yesterday, he said, "Granddad, when I come, could we go for a bike ride?" And of course I said yes. But after we ended that call, I thought, can I reasonably take a 4-year-old grandson on a bike with me in Toronto and show him everything I want to show him about Toronto? Can I do that and be assured that we will come back safely? I don't know. So for all of those reasons, I would urge you, members of the committee, to approve the recommendations of the city staff for the Bloor Street West Complete Street Extension and the other bike lanes and proposals for other bike lanes and cycle tracks in this report. It is the right thing to do, and it's the right thing to do now, not delay. For my wife, for my stepdaughter, for my 4-year-old grandson, for myself, and for countless other people in Toronto who just want to have another option to move around and not have to rely on their car or the TTC, this will be a huge benefit. And they will be able to move about safely and efficiently. So on behalf of them and behalf of myself, obviously, we would appreciate your decision in this regard. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Allison Stewart.
Hello, everyone. By way of introduction, my name is Allison Stewart. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Public Policy for Cycle Toronto. a charity that has been advocating and educating for improving the city's safe cycling infrastructure to help move more people in a sustainable, equitable, and healthy way. Today, it's wonderful to see so many speakers come out and engage with our civic engagement and our democratic process. I'd like to thank all of the councillors and city staff who have really done a great job over the past few years, really advancing the city's climate targets. So while we have submitted our formal letter and everyone in this room is aware of our position, I'd like to focus my comments today on an excellent program that I volunteer for, because when I'm not working, I certainly get a lot of joy helping others discover the joy of biking and getting around. So Culture Link is an organization that helps provide settlement services to newcomers coming to Canada and Toronto. They have a wonderful program called Bike Host. And so we had our inaugural meeting on Saturday up at Scarlett Road and Jane. I will admit to biking on the sidewalk part of the way. And there we were, bike hosts meeting bike mentees. And when all of these, there are about 25 newcomers in this meeting. And when they introduced themselves and where they were coming from and why they were really excited about this program, they spoke about two things. One, they spoke about their joy of biking in their home countries. They discovered when they were walking around city, whenever they saw cyclists go by, they always thought they looked so happy and they wanted to find out how they could join them. But they're very afraid. They're very nervous about the traffic. Some of them come from small towns. And so really it was about trying to welcome these people and ensure that they have a safe transition to biking and opening up their community. There were most of the bike mentees are currently living in the inner suburbs, but I want to speak about one in particular. She lives near Old Mill, and she came to Canada a year ago from Ukraine to discover the safety and all the privileges that Toronto can offer during this really terrible time for, her citizens. And when she was telling me and I was chatting with her, I couldn't help be very afraid, because while I will do everything I can to ensure that she transitions to Toronto and is able to bike around for her errands as she looks for a job, I couldn't help but think of the tragic death of Kartik Sani last November. An example of an international student from India whose parents invested in his success in Toronto, and we ended up sending him back in a body bag because our streets are so unsafe for people outside of cars and motor vehicle. This is where I want to refer to some of the comments that Vice Chair Cole made talking about the previous item about garbage, when he spoke about the size of the garbage trucks that are now seen on our streets everywhere. The size of trucks and cars and SUVs have, despite the fact that our vehicles are becoming smaller, they're becoming bigger and more dangerous for people outside of them. And building safe cycling infrastructure and safe pedestrian infrastructure is really important to ensuring that the city can reach its Vision Zero target. Because every collision, every death, every serious road injury that takes place on our streets is entirely preventable. And we know that trying to manage and improve people's behavior does not work. So we need to improve the infrastructure to avoid such horrible conflicts on our roads. So I would like to ask you today, on this 4th day of Bike Month, to vote in unanimous support of all the recommendations outlined in this item, including making some minor administrative amendments to make it easier for the cycling and pedestrian staff to advance and implement the projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is John Nunziata.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I live in the Kingsway, 18 Kings Lynn Road. And I attended the 2 meetings that took place at the Swansea School on April 12th and Etobicoke Collegiate April 17th. The overwhelming majority of people in our community are opposed not just to bike lanes, but taking away vehicle lanes because of the danger that it's going to create. A number of petitions have been signed by thousands of people. I sent to each of you an article in the Toronto Star. A study was done, and the headline reads, "Toronto ranks one of the worst worldwide for traffic congestion," report finds. And it also points out that from 2021 to 2022, people are driving 100 extra hours. No environmental study has been done, as I understand, for this matter that's before you today. And that's essential because with increased traffic, you have increased pollution. So, and no traffic study was done in terms of the impact it will have. Now, the City of Toronto is will face legal liability with regard to this proposal. Bike lanes could be put on other streets, like Kings Lynn. Just to the north of it, there's King George's, and it runs from Bloor to Royal York. Bikes should go along there, not along Bloor. It's safer along there. There's a lane between Prince Edward and Jane Street. The lane could be used, and it's much safer. Now, I also understand that there's a possibility that an application will be made to Superior Court for an injunction to prevent this from happening. Also, there's a group of people, that, including lawyers, and I should point out that I'm a lawyer as well, requesting the province to prohibit bike lanes on major arterial roads. And as you know, there's a number of mayoralty candidates that are opposed to bike lanes on major arterial roads and taking away vehicle lanes. Now, one of the dangers, I live on Kings Lynn. There's a church right on the corner of Prince Edward, Montessori school. When traffic is going westbound and it's very bad and slow, what the cars are doing is they're going down the side streets, including my street. We don't have sidewalks in our street, and with the Montessori school and the children playing on the street, they are in danger. And if any of them are injured or killed, the city will be sued. And already there's a considerable, because of the traffic condition over the last number of years, considerable increase in traffic along the side street. The other thing I have to point out, in the Kingsway, there are many electric scooters that are traveling at about 30 kilometers an hour that are going up and down the sidewalks on the street. And if there's a bike lane, they'll be in the bike lane, causing danger to bikers. You don't need a license to have a scooter, and I've been told electric bikes now are legal, and eventually those bikes will go 30 kilometers an hour or more, and that'll create danger. And the other point, and it's just common sense, people don't ride bikes in the winter. We had some major storms in the winter, and it's just silly to suggest that people are going to, or in storms. I have spoken to several police, fire, and ambulance department, and they are opposed to this because if the reason they speed along major arterial roads is they have to get to their destination in a hurry to save lives and to do a bunch of things. And I have a
Final thought.
Okay, there's a fire station on Prince Edward. Right now, if you drive along Bloor Street and you hear a siren, and we hear them often, you move to one lane to allow the fire truck or the ambulance or the police car to get to their destination in a hurry. I'm aware of a woman who called the police recently saying that her husband was about to kill her, and so the police had to send 4 cruisers and an ambulance immediately. They got there barely on time. They saved her life. If the traffic is slowed down, that woman would have died. So and the other thing is, I think we should put this off.
So final thought.
Yeah, I think this is not in the common interest, public interest, because the overwhelming majority of people, no referendum has been taken about this issue, and if it is, the overwhelming majority and councillors have an obligation to represent their constituents.
Okay.
As I did for 20 years.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputant? Seeing none, our next speaker is Trevor Townsend, followed by Kim Dandrad, followed by Sam Pappas. And again, a reminder, presentations are 5 minutes. Do we have Trevor online? Okay, our next deputant is Kim Dandrad. Sam Pappas. Kim is here, okay.
Hello.
Hi, Kim, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I've been a business owner in the Kingsway for 10 years. The bulk of my argument about not having bike lanes along Bloor Street is that we have a density issue already. There's also probably 6 to 8 condominium developments right along the Kingsway Village planned. And I can tell you that as a business owner, losing parking spots will directly impact my business. A business that was already closed for almost a year because of COVID. So it's in a recovery right now. I understand wanting to get to businesses for a nice leisurely bike ride. I do that as well, but I never take major arteries to do that because they are unsafe. It's also a very short period for summer biking, and there's lots of other options to get to where you need to go more safely. So I would really resist putting bikes on a major artery. The emergency vehicle argument is very clear, and losing the impact of drivers along a major artery is just going to create a long, slowed process of cars being gridlocked like one large drive-through. It's not a good choice. Thanks for letting me speak today.
Thank you for your deputation. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, Sam Pappas. We have Sam online. Hi, Sam, you have 5 minutes.
Hello?
Hello, Sam.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a business owner also in the Kingsway, and I've noticed that business owners are conspicuously absent in support of this proposal, probably for a number of reasons. The Kingsway, which my family's owned a building since 1954, and I've operated a business since 1992, is challenged for parking, is challenged for congestion, is challenged for a number of reasons. Reducing traffic or traffic lanes would definitely drive away business from the Kingsway. We already have a very big challenge in competing with malls and plazas and businesses of those nature. And this would just further exacerbate the situation. You know, I listened to everybody, all these people. None of the people that spoke today live in the Kingsway or frequent it, I don't think. They're mostly downtown and core and other areas. I understand why bikers would want to have their bike lanes for themselves, but as a business that contributes $200,000 in taxes to the city every year, and somebody who's been in the community for a long time, I have the experience and the knowledge of the area to understand that this is a very bad proposal. In the proposal, you're going to take away 35 parking spaces. And for somebody who operates a restaurant, that would limit people who want to come. It makes it tougher to get there, and it would obviously decrease traffic. The other issue that we have is one of emergency vehicles. I don't see how they're going to be able to pass that area at all. If you come through right now during rush hour, anytime between 3 and 6 o'clock, it's already bumper to bumper. This would further strain that. Another issue would be that we as a business community need to thrive. If you want to have restaurants, you want to have an area that thrives, you need to increase the pedestrian traffic and have sidewalk patios, and this will further constrain that. They will be, Cafe TO will be eliminated for some places, will not be an option. And for somebody that lives in the area and spends 95% all the way from Scarlet Road down, I travel Scarlet Road all the time, and I don't see those bike lanes in use at all. I know that's anecdotal, but a lot of anecdotal evidence has been presented today. Anyway, as for somebody who's been basically in the Kingsway my entire life, and I know Ms. Morley had 2 sessions with the public, and she was told loud and clear that the area that you're forcing it through does not want it. I understand people from wider berths and, you know, this other stuff, but the area itself doesn't want it. The other thing I'd like to say is the future points to electric cars and autonomous cars. And moving around will need street lanes, and for that to come to fruition as well. So I think removing lanes, especially on the big arterial roads through these areas, is a big mistake, and I would ask you to vote against the proposal. And the last thing I'd like to say is I really feel that I, as an owner, somebody who's been there for a long time, was given very little opportunity in consultation, and I really feel this thing is being forced. And, you know, I'm against it. Thank you for a chance to speak.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions to the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is David Cox. David, you have 5 minutes. That's right, I started doing that, I forgot. Okay, so we have David Cox, then we have Jenny Grinder, and then we have Brian Burchell. And thank you, sorry, I forgot to remind you.
And we're up to 5 minutes, is that now the rule?
Correct, 5 minutes.
3 minutes.
5 minutes.
Now 5.
We were generous today because there was only 30.
All right. And how many council members, the committee members, am I actually addressing here?
4. There's 2 online. One just doesn't have a camera on to save.
Some have taken off. All right.
Peruzza is at the flag raising and should be back. And Councillor Sachs is there. Councillor Cole and Councillor Morley.
Usual thing. Okay. Well, you know my name is David Cox. I live in Etobicoke. I've been retired for 18 years. I am a keen cyclist. I ride about 20 kilometers per day, probably about 3 or 4 times per week, largely from May to October. I'd like to make 5 comments about this report that is being submitted to the committee. Point number 1, the online survey results show that for certain segments of Bloor Street West, namely segments 6, 7, 8, and 9, which really go from the Old Mill Trail out to, let's say, Kipling. In these segments, the negative responses outweighed the positive comments for this proposal. I believe that these responses should be respected. And we've heard this from some of the business people. Point number 2, there was no mention of the implementation cost or the annual maintenance cost of maintaining these bike lanes. There was no mention on the website material. There was no mention in the drop-in events. There was no mention in the online survey or in the final report. And we're talking some money at a time when things are in short supply. Consequently, the public was given no idea of the cost impact of this project when asked for feedback. Point number 3, the Humber Valley Village Ratepayers Association, which was a major association in central Etobicoke, was not involved in the January to May one-on-one meetings. Why was this? We seem to have time to go to a school and talk to the kids, but we don't seem to have time to want to talk to people who are entitled to vote. Point number 4, there was no mention of the number of responses associated with the comments and concerns summarized on page 37 of the report. The survey findings, therefore, remain open to debate. And point number 5, the only counters in place to capture cycling volumes along Bloor West are located at Markham Street and Huron Street here in the city core. There are no counters whatsoever at the moment from along Bloor West from the University of Toronto out to Kipling. This means there's no data whatsoever to support whether or not we should have bike lanes there. Now, as a cyclist, I'm keen that we do things sensibly, but we seem to have got ourselves caught up both in passions and emotions and understandably some lobbying groups. Nothing wrong with that, but let's have a look at the data before we jump in and start throwing money around. In concluding, I would remind the committee that at the committee meeting held on April the 26th, Hamish Wilson, who I understand is an ardent cycling advocate, stated that too much effort is being placed on the less dense areas of the city and not enough on the core, where most of the cyclists are. I share this view, and I think the committee should factor in where is the priority. We talked about timing. Is this the right time to do some of these, apply it to some of these areas? I thank you for letting me present this. I hope I've stayed as objective as I can. And as I say, I'd like to see cycle lanes, but it doesn't mean we should be doing this at the sacrifice of everybody else's form of transportation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Jenny Ginder, followed by Brian Burchell, followed by Mark Collins. Do we have Jenny? Jenny here? Online?
Sorry about that. I was having difficulty with the mute. Can you hear me now, please?
Great. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I just need to share my screen. My name is Jenny Ginder, and I am, oh dear, allow WebEx to share my, sorry, just waiting for WebEx to allow me to share my screen. Sorry about this. If you could just give me one moment. I'm asking staff because it's not allowing me to share my screen. Staff, could you please help me with this? You said it would work, and it's not.
So this is the host. You actually have presenter rights.
I know, but it's not allowing me to do it. Let me just try one other place. It wants me to open system preferences, and it wants me to, okay, just 1 second. Let me try that. It wants a password. Sorry. This is very frustrating. Sorry about this because I was so well prepared. Can staff please put up my presentation for me, and I will ask you when to move things.
They don't have your presentation?
It was submitted. They have it. They've confirmed they have it.
So the members can view it. We'll check that it's on the CMP portal, and then that the members can pull it up online.
Thank you very much. Just let me know when you have it, and I will.
Are you able to pull it up, or do we just have to look at it individually?
I apologize for this delay. Question for staff. Would you like me to log off and log back in again? And you can go on to the next speaker and then I'll come in after one more?
You don't need to log off. They're displaying what they have here.
Okay, I can't see it, that's all. Sorry.
It's
Is
not
it
up
up
yet.
now? Okay, thank you very much. No, that's not the right one. Sorry, that's
Okay,
not
why don't
correct.
we stand
No.
down? Do you want to resubmit iec@toronto.ca, the slides, and then they will watch for that under your name clearly, and we'll try to pull it up. You can just
Okay, I'll do that.
pause your camera, don't log back out. And then when that's in, I
Okay,
will call
will
you.
do.
Thank you. Our next deputant is Brian Burchell. After Brian, we'll have Mark Collins, followed by Jesse Yee, and at some time in there, we might go back to Jenny. Do you have Brian? Okay, our next speaker is Mark. Brian, you're online. You can unmute and speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee. Bloor Annex is a mid-sized Main Street style BIA representing 237 members. We offer a wide range of products and services and food and beverage offerings. I'm here today because I think we have some insight to offer the committee on bike lanes and how they impact local business. I'm the general manager of the BIA. We have a venerable business matrix on Bloor, and it struggles to keep brick and mortar establishments alive in the midst of all things Amazon. Many business owners see bike lanes as just another nail in the coffin. At least that was the attitude in 2015 when the city proposed a pilot bike lane for our stretch of Bloor. The sky will fall, many merchants predicted. BIAs across the city have widely varying views about the desirability of installing bike lanes on their main streets. Many feel that a customer arriving by car and occupying a fair chunk of roadway to park it is their prime demographic. But they really didn't know for sure, and perhaps that is what BIAs have in common when it comes to bike lanes. None of us knew then, with any precision, how our customers got to our shops, restaurants, and theaters. It's mostly anecdotal evidence which inform these widely disparate yet passionately held views. This is why the Bloor Annex BIA, together with the Koreatown BIA, and with the generous support of the Metcalfe Foundation, commissioned a study, an economic survey of patrons and merchants to determine how customers got to our district and what merchants perceive about their customers' needs for bike lanes versus car parking. An organization called TCAT, then based at the University of Toronto, sent a team into the Annex and Koreatown BIAs in October of 2015. That was our baseline. They did 3,000 interviews with customers and merchants before the pilot and then during, on Bloor and at a control site on the Danforth where at the time there were no bike lanes. The BIA needed to determine Will it be a death knell for our members, or was it actually good for business? The empirical data derived from this research helped our BIA make an informed choice about the desirability of making bike lanes permanent for Bloor. And this experience of ours should help most BIAs make informed choices of their own. For us, this is not ideological. The pilot was a necessary step in testing a model for a city that could work better, businesses included. The results. The number of businesses that reported 100 customers or more per day increased in the study area. That increase was similar in the Danforth, the pilot. Vacancy rates held steady at 6% in Bloor Annex and Koreatown, and on Danforth they declined from 10% to 7%. The majority of merchants before the pilot believe that half of their customers are driving to Bloor. However, we found that fewer than 10% of customers do that. Merchants on Bloor prefer to drive, 49%, and that did not change, but remained the least preferred travel choice of their customers, 6%. After the installation of the bike lanes, the proportion of visitors who perceived Bloor Street as safe for cycling more than tripled, from 17 to 61%, and doubled among merchants, from 13 to 27%, while perceptions of safety on the Danforth, where before there were bike lanes, dropped from 22 to 10. And the percentage of women who reported they now feel safe cycling on Bloor increased significantly more than men, from 12% to 58%. Finally, the city invested in a further unassailable research tool, the Moneris point of sale data. It compared sales in the area where pilot bike lanes were established and where they were not. Sales, on average, increased on Bloor by 3.5%. Relative to the control site and relative to pre-pilot. This is not a huge gain, but the point here is that the sky did not fall, and now we have a safer, more inclusive Main Street with more customers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of deputant? Okay, seeing none, before we move back to deputations, we're going to go back and do some housekeeping to allow some city staff to leave. So we're going to go back to item IE 4.1. All the amendments have been made, so we'll display those. So the first ones are the amendments that I'm making to Councillor Sax's motions. So it's, again, just clarifying that it's removing the authority to negotiate energy from waste contracts and to add community consultation on energy from waste. And then the amendments later now have to provide an interim report in June 2024 with the final report in 2025 on the other two items as well. So those changes are there. So we can vote on this one first, as well as, sorry, your addition about the transform TO line was put in this one because it wasn't there. Okay, so all those in favor? All those opposed? The amendments carry. Councillor Sax's motion now as amended. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. And then the item is amended. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. We have additional housekeeping. Councillor Cole had submitted something right before, but when we were working through this, the clerks couldn't get in, so we're going to add new business. So Councillor Cole will just add it, and then that'll give people time to read it, and we'll come back to it after pickleball. So Councillor Cole, do you want to introduce this motion?
Yes, it's essentially a motion looking for the possibility of shutting down a southbound lane on the Allen, which is never used, hasn't been used in 20 years. Only people that get lost use it, and it might help alleviate the tremendous gridlock that exists at Lawrence and the Allen. It's urgent because we have about 20 developments going on the Lawrence, on Marley. So the traffic right now is in total gridlock. You can imagine what's going to be when we get these other 20 developments taking place. So there's an urgency here. So I want to please take a look at it, and we'll discuss it a little later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll vote on introducing this, and then we'll have it displayed so people have time. So all those in favor of introducing? All those opposed? That item is introduced and will be displayed. I just want to check if we can go back to Jenny's presentation first, or you have the ability to pull it up?
We can try her.
Okay, we're going to try again. Jenny, are you online?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, and I apologize
Just
for that.
give us one moment. We'll try to pull it up for you.
Okay. They say I can't. I'm not a co-host, so I can't be a presenter. I'm sorry. So they're going to have to do it. I'm very frustrating.
They're trying for you.
Okay. Thank you.
They also say you have rights if you want to try that, but in the interim, you guys going to pull it up?
Aha. We may have success. Let's see if this works. Oh, can you see my lovely picture?
Yes, we can. Photo? Okay, thank you. Hey. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for your patience. I really appreciate it. So, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm talking to you about Cabbagetown. I know you've been talking a lot about Bloor West, but if you can head yourself east a little bit, and this is about the Cabbagetown Connections Report and the Proposal 3C, which is about the intersection of Aberdeen Avenue, which is this street here, and Ontario Street, which is where I live, and this is actually a photo from my room. My primary form of transportation around the city is my bicycle, and I am an active member of Cycle Toronto. That said, I am not in support of the proposed changes to the Ontario Street portion of the roadway. Just to position us, if you look at this map, you've got Parliament Street, which is the main north-south road, Carlton Street with the streetcars. There's no cycling infrastructure on these roads. Aberdeen Avenue is a one-way street that runs west from Parliament, and when it hits Ontario Street, and this is the only way to get to Ontario Street, it goes two lanes, two-way, north-south, and then coming south from Aberdeen, it's one-way heading south. This is a very busy 150-meter stretch of road because we've got two lanes here that service all the residences around here, and we've got another lane here that does the same thing. There's a parking lot right here, and then there's Winchester Square Park. And to this side of Winchester Square Park is a seniors THC building. There's also a co-op here, some private residences here, a church building, and retail. So it's a very, very busy piece of roadway. So just moving on to the actual intersection again, looking at it from ground level. So this is the one-way Aberdeen coming in. And when the traffic comes here, it turns south down Ontario Street, or it turns north up around the parked vehicles. And this section up here is the two-way section of Ontario Street. And here we have the park, Winchester Square Park, which is bordered by the seniors' residences. As I said, it's hemmed in on all sides. So this proposal gives me two concerns, and actually not only myself, but all the neighbors who live in this particular area. So the first one is being hemmed in because the proposal is to move this line of parked cars over in front of the park, hemming in the park. The second part of the proposal has to do with safety for cyclists, because it would suggest that the cycling, contraflow cycling route come up along the east side of Ontario Street, coming straight into this busy intersection, and then around these parked cars, and then on up Ontario Street. So when we submitted our proposal last week, the neighbors and I decided that the best and safest approach would be to have the bike lanes coming along the west side of the street, along here, so that it's away from all the busyness and the intersections on this side of the street. However, on the weekend, we got a message from city staff saying that to do this would be contrary to the Highway Traffic Act and is therefore not possible. So we got together again and put our heads together to try and come up with a different solution. And we have a compromise to offer, which is that this contraflow bike lane, as proposed by city staff, would come up here along the east side of Ontario Street. And that the traffic, the parked cars, would move out right next to the bike lane. That way, you're not blocking off the park, and you're providing some secure, some safety for the cyclists here, because they'll be coming up this way, the parked cars will be facing that way, they're not going to be doored, and they'll be protected from cars turning around this corner by the parked cars. So we think this is actually a really great compromise. We would ask, though, that if this is instituted, that this bike lane has really clear markings and green paint on the surface of the roadway all around here to protect cyclists, because when they come around this corner, it's very congested with 2 lanes of traffic, parked cars, and a very narrow street. So I would ask that a number of my neighbours are also deputing on this today. I would really ask that the city staff and council listen to what those of us who actually live at this very busy intersection have to say, and that the city staff would meet with us to actually talk about this solution, because we are very, very concerned about the safety for people using the park and the roadway.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next presenter is Mark Collins, followed by Jesse Yee, followed by Christina Robinson. Do we have Mark Collins? Not in the room. Online? Nope. Okay, Jesse Yee. Online? Okay, Jesse, you can unmute. You have 5 minutes.
Are you guys able to hear me?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Jessie. I'm a new resident of the City of Toronto, living in Ward 11, University in Rosedale. I am a cyclist, pedestrian, occasional driver, and TTC user, and I'm here today to urge members of this council to vote to support the Bloor West Complete Street and Cycling Network installations. I truly believe that Toronto's future lies in the city's ability to facilitate and support active transport like walking and biking. The Complete Street project is a crucial step in reducing Torontonians' car dependency, achieving our Vision Zero goals, and our climate action plan. Studies have found that cycle commuters produce 84% less carbon dioxide emissions compared to non-cycle commuters. And in fact, the health benefits of cycling, along with collision reductions from bike lanes, can actually help cities reduce spending long-term. One study by McMillan et al. In 2014 found that for every $1 invested in biking infrastructure, there was a 10-time greater amount of savings in public health services. I would also like to respond to some concerns about lane reductions and car capacity. While it is absolutely crucial that the TTC tracks and other public transit infrastructure be finished, complete streets that facilitate more people's ability to walk and bike can actually help to reduce overall traffic. A moving car requires about 28 times the amount of public space of a moving pedestrian and 14 times the amount of a moving bicycle. The quick completion of this project can help to encourage former motorists as well as TTC users to take up a quicker, safer, and more effective method of travel. Importantly, complete streets can help to increase the modal share of cyclists and pedestrians in an area of the city where most people rely on their cars. This project will make the road safer for all users, including pedestrian and motorists. It's not just about the bicyclists. I'm fortunate enough to live in an area of the city where there are complete streets, and this has helped me to not only discover this amazing city, but also allowed me to meet new people and friends. Some of the best parts of my day are when I'm able to ride my bike or go on a walk after work, and I'm only able to do this because I feel safe and secure where I am. I believe that the Complete Streets project can help more residents on the West End embrace active transit for their daily commutes, but also as a way to explore and build community. Thank you for your time today, and I hope that you'll vote yes on supporting this incredibly important project for people and for the planet. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation and it being 2 minutes. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Our next deputant is Christina Robinson. After Christina, we have Phil Poulos, followed by Ingrid Boudet. Do we have Christina in the room? Online? Hi, Christina, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yep, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. I have 5 minutes. I wanted to share my video, share my screen, and I'm having problem with that. So, can you see my screen?
Not yet. They're working. Does she have ability? Great. You should have the ability to share. What does the button look like? At the bottom, there might be a button that says share screen. or share content. If you hover over it.
Okay, I'm trying to get there and it's not happening. Stop my video, mute, share content. How about now?
Sometimes it takes a second. We'll just wait.
Can you see it?
We can see it now. Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, Winchester Square Park. I'm at that to talk about the Winchester Square Park, where you want to move the parking space in front of the park, and I really have problem with that because it is a. Let me introduce myself. I'm Christina Robinson. I live at Ontario, 487 Ontario, and the corner of Aberdeen and Ontario Street. I've been living here for 34 years, so I know what this corner traffic is like. And I'm also the coordinator of the Winchester Square Community Garden since its creation in 2012. I led a group of volunteers to grow herbs and vegetables to share with the public. Anyone is welcome to harvest. So I want to show you a video, if you can watch the screen. This is the park that we are talking about, and I'm going to walk you through the park and see what the park looks like and why we treasure this park. So it takes about a minute. Sorry, it's a little slow, but you can see a big picture of this park. This park is enclosed on 3 sides. On the left side and the right side, there's no access. And then through the back, we walk through this walkway, and to the back of the park, that's community garden is on the left, and we walk through this community gardens on the left. That's where the boxes where we grow the vegetables. And then we go into the back of the park, and there is another community garden on the right, and then there's fence on that side, fence on this side, and then there is the Diane Franklin Co-op on the right, and there's a community garden right there. And then when you walk through this walkway to the end, there's a small laneway. It's coming up now, and this laneway is the only access to the park if you enclose the front. But this laneway doesn't belong to the city. It belongs to it's a private property, belongs to the co-op, and they park their own service vehicles in this laneway if they need the plumber and whatever. So this laneway is blocked. So there is no access to service the Winchester Park in front when you put the cars in front. So it is a park is treasured by everyone, and everybody loves it. So I want you to understand, enclosing the park is a problem. Another problem that we have, if you put the cars in front, we're going to have a sightline issue for the park. And we have had encampment problems in the past. And recently, as last month, there was a tent set up there, and the residents saw it, and we called 311 right away. And so this is a sightline is very important for the park. We did sightline improvement project last year for this park. There is a building right beside the park. It's called the French Senior Citizen Club, and we cleared the back of the sightline at the back of the building to make sure there's clear sightline. And we trimmed the bottom of the trees for the cedar trees, again, to improve the sightline. So the current proposal with cars parked in front and trucks, it will just block the sightline of the park and create problems. So another problem is city service vehicle have no access. The park is enclosed on all 3 sides, so the only access is through the front of the park. Riding lawnmower, big truck with extension bucket to change the light bulbs, garbage pickup trucks, snow clearing. It is not a feasible solution to move the parkings in front of the park. So that's my that's really the logical way is not to move the cars to the in front of the park because it's just not workable. Since I've been here for 34 years and not a single cycle accident had happened with the current setup, with no bike lane. The proposal is zigzagging the bike lane from one side of the street to the other side of the street, and then when you get to Winchester, it's going back to the other side of the street. It's totally ridiculous, and it's not necessary, and it's
You're
dangerous.
at 5
to the
minutes,
cyclist.
15. Final thought.
Okay, that's all I have to say. I want to thank you for your consideration because we think this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, hearing none. Our next presenter is Phil Poulos, followed by Ingrid Boudet, followed by Scott Elsey. Do we have Phil? Hi, Phil. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
I'm in favor of what Vision Zero stands for, and I would like this proposal shot down for its contrary actions in that regard. People don't wake up every morning and say, oh, it's rush hour, I think I'll take a drive on Bloor Street. Bloor's busy traffic lanes. People are there for a reason. Everybody has somewhere to go. Putting this proposal through is going to push these vehicles into other areas. They're not going to disappear. They're still going to go somewhere. This is what's happened in other places where this has gone through. So you're going to be putting these cars on the quiet neighborhoods, many of which have drainage ditches, no sidewalks, where little kids are playing, they're riding their bikes to elementary school, seniors are walking, and now you're going to put all the cars going through there. Why don't you put the bikes through there? It's a much nicer neighborhood. Save the $12 million and the $750,000 in annual fees and give everybody what they want. Leave the cars where they're supposed to be. Etobicoke was designed for Etobicoke was built and designed for car traffic. It also has the oldest population in the city. These seniors aren't going to be getting on bikes right away. They're going to be driving. They've got doctor's appointments to go to. They've got groceries to shop for. It's not like being downtown here in the annex where you can walk a block and there's a store there for you. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Ingrid Boudet, followed by Scott Elsey, followed by Mark Fernando. Do you have Ingrid in the room? Online? Ingrid, you have 5 minutes.
I'm online. Thank you. I'm just going to start. I'm going to share my screen here. And I trust you can hear me and see my screen. Nope, not yet. Now you should be able to. Correct? I can't hear you anymore.
We can see you. Sorry, we can see your presentation. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. So thank you for the opportunity to share my my points of view. So I'm here to talk about safe and healthy transit. My name is Ingrid and I've lived in Ward 4 for over 10 years. A bike has been my transit choice for decades. I always get a seat and I run on time. I'm here to support making the Bloor West Complete Street project and all of the others in this item a reality in whatever modifications they may come in the case of the previous deputants. I represent a group of residents who are concerned about noise levels in Toronto, and we have a campaign called No More Noise Toronto, and we're advocating for a healthier, more equitable, and social city. Transportation in and around Toronto can be frustrating and dangerous, as we've heard. However, cars are getting bigger, there are more of them, and the drivers are becoming more aggressive. Construction is everywhere, and it's loud, and most of that loudness is coming from vehicles. Vision Zero is actually also failing people. Preventable injuries and deaths happen on our streets every day. This chart is from the Toronto Police Service's killed or seriously injured file up to December 31st, 2020. And I analyzed it, removing the vehicles and only leaving vulnerable road users, and I assigned a crash percentage to the ward. You can see where there is infrastructure, down here on the bottom right, down basically in the core, there's less injuries and killed people. You look at the Etobicoke, Scarborough, and North York, where there is no infrastructure, clearly it's more dangerous. So extending the bikeways to the Toronto boundaries through Scarborough and Etobicoke will save lives. And in areas where there is infrastructure, all road users are safer. So let's talk a little bit about noise. Noise pollution is the #2 urban environmental health hazard, mostly caused by vehicles. So this is a heat map from the Toronto Public Health Study called How Loud is Too Loud, done in 2017. And you can see that many of the arterial roads, including Bloor, have an average 24-hour sound levels greater than 70 decibels. I have measured sound levels on people's balconies, and I've gotten, I'm sure, lots of bikes, but they have never ever once registered on my sound level meters. Negative health impacts from sound and noise start at 55 decibels. So as we recall from the previous slide, most of Toronto is above that. What are those health effects? Sleep disturbance, reduced cognitive functioning, increased anxiety and depression, stroke, heart attacks. In children, noise can actually lead to senses of helplessness. And what the Toronto Public Health Report found was that 60% of noise variability is explained by road traffic, which is preventable. 93% of the population is above nighttime noise guidelines, which is significant health issues. And there's also significant differences by socioeconomic status, which is city planning, zoning, and influence. So I've kind of renamed this committee a little bit, and I've put environment first and infrastructure second. The environment should always be the first consideration in the decisions you make. Infrastructure should be evaluated on its carbon footprint and if it's a benefit to the health of the planet and people. Roads and car storage take up a lot of public space in the city, greater than sidewalks and public spaces. We need to reallocate this road space from an equity perspective and from an environmental perspective. Streets were meant to move people, not cars. And when we do put in that infrastructure, we have safety and road design that increase the comfort levels and reduce the number of conflicts. So this is from the Bikes and Business on Bloor and Economic Study from Toronto. And you can see, even for all these people that are talking about cars, when you put in bike lanes, conflicts reduce between motorized vehicles, the most, at 71%. And when we're talking about the size of cars, that is significant. And comfort levels were increased for all users. And for those who are thinking that businesses would be impacted negatively by bike lanes, well, from other deputants as well, we know that that is not the case. Pedestrians and cyclists spend more money than people in cars. And lastly, I'm going to finish with a friend of mine who lives in the Kingsway area, and her name is Ruth. And for the people who say that people don't cycle in the winter, you can look at my first picture. For people who say seniors don't cycle, you can look at Ruth. I asked her to provide me a quote, and here it is. The new safe bike lanes during the pandemic incentivized me to take up urban cycling. I hope more senior citizens like me will be likewise encouraged with the additions of more bikeways. But also there are more and more cars on the road each year, all contributing to climate change. It's unsustainable. We have to have a major rethink of where our priorities
Final thought.
are. My future is pretty grim. And with that, I want to say thank you. And today is World Environment Day. So I hope you vote in favor of these improvements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Scott Elsey, followed by Mark Fernando, followed by James Young. Do we have Scott in the room? No? Online? Hi, Scott. You have 5 minutes.
You can hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Scott Elsey, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to all of you. I've never done this before, so I hope I'm following proper procedure. I noticed that there are 10 bike path projects that are in front of you today. I'm only wanting to speak about the Bloor Street from Runnymede Road to Resurrection Road. I'm asking that the committee request the general manager of the transportation services to ask their city staff to revisit and study other solutions than the one proposed to you today. I would also like to make a point of order before I continue that I did submit a written submission 2 minutes before the deadline on Friday. I don't see it listed on the website. I'm just hoping that that written submission will be considered by the committee. I'm going to make 3 points this morning. One is I want to talk about my personal grading of the project versus its stated goals. I want to tell you who I am and how I'm speaking to all of you today. And then finally, I want to share with you some basic math that I undertook using the city's information. First of all, in terms of the stated goals, they wanted to make traffic safer, more inviting, and more attractive for everyone. That means commuters, cars, pedestrians, cyclists. Now, in terms of making it safer, I admit several of the proposals actually do make it safer in terms of cycling. However, I believe removing 2 lanes of traffic will only make it more congested. And as you've heard from others this morning, that will only increase the volume moving to adjacent residential areas, where again, as you've heard, children are playing, senior citizens are walking on streets that don't have sidewalks. So making it safer, I think that's an absolute fail. In terms of more inviting, removing lanes of traffic, removing parking, and adding to the congestion along that road does anything but make it more attractive and more inviting to visit that neighborhood. I had an acquaintance of mine state, if this project goes through, I can't see myself going west of the Humber River because of the congestion. In terms of making it more attractive, another stated goal of this project, I don't know, I don't share the opinions of others you've heard today, because I've gone through areas east of this project's area into other areas that have already seen this installed on Bloor Street, and it is anything but traffic. I've seen shuttered stores. I've seen stores that look like they're looking for more business. Finally, there was an objective of the project to reduce the reliance on motor vehicles. I don't expect motorists who need their vehicles will suddenly become cyclists. People such as senior citizens who are somewhat challenged in terms of their mobility are not suddenly going to become cyclists or walk more. People who require their vehicle either for work or taking their children to their activities are not suddenly going to say, hey kids, let's all jump on a tandem bike and go. What it's going to do is they're going to move to alternative routes. Now, in terms of who I am, I'm actually a cyclist. I consider myself a pretty good cyclist. I enjoy bike lanes where they've been installed. I use the bike pathways. And one big factor for me is I do not expect nor want my cycling to be at the expense of others in terms of pedestrians, commuters, buses, emergency vehicles, or other automobiles. I'm a recreational cyclist. I cannot use my bicycle to perform the job that I do for a living. I work from home, so I do not commute, so I'm not a commuter, but I must travel through the GTA for work. I cannot do this work via my bicycle. Now, I'd like to talk to you about some basic mathematics as my last point. I went to the April 13th meeting. I read all the panels. I've read them online. And on slide 13, they talk about the 24-hour corridor volume. You saw this slide earlier from someone else. Of the 156,000 people that move through this corridor on a daily basis, 0.3% are cyclists. 0.3, not 3%, but 0.3. That's 87 cyclists. We are going to disrupt a major thoroughfare used by emergency vehicles, commuters, delivery vehicles for less than 90 cyclists. And if it does grow the number of cyclists by the 25% that we've seen in other areas, we're going to go from less than 90 to just slightly over 100 cyclists.
Thank you.
This does not make sense to me.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Mark Fernando, followed by James Young, followed by Elizabeth Ainsley.
Good morning, Chair McKelvey and members of the IEC. My name is Mark Fernando, and I'm a resident of the Islington and Bloor neighborhood. As a teenager, I went to high school in the same neighborhood at Bishop Allen Academy. I currently have 2 young children and a third on the way. As a resident and member of the community, my family and I have a vested interest in improving the city that we live in. I first heard about plans to extend the Bloor Street West Complete Street project into Etobicoke a couple of years ago, and I was immediately interested in volunteering to help bring this project to fruition. In particular, I was interested in the pedestrian and cycling improvements and making this stretch of Bloor a better place to be. My family and I spend much of our time as pedestrians on Bloor Street between Islington and Prince Edward, going for walks or going to shops in the area. We can attest that Bloor Street is currently extremely unsafe for pedestrians, as cars are often speeding in this area, especially when traffic volumes are lighter, such as early in the morning or later in the evening. We were saddened to hear of a pedestrian fatality at Aberfoyle and Bloor one morning in April, and we frequently use this intersection to cross over to Tom Rowley Park from the south of Bloor. My family is not alone in feeling that Bloor Street is extremely unsafe. I've had a number of discussions with other parents and residents in the area, and we all feel the traffic situation on Bloor is extremely dangerous, especially in the sections between Islington and Royal York, as well as east of Prince Edward. The traffic lanes seem to be extremely wide in these sections, and speeding is common. Further, there are some sections where the sidewalk is literally right next to speeding traffic, with no buffer whatsoever. When you have a 7-year-old and a 2-year-old, that makes for an extremely anxious walk down the street, and this just shouldn't be the case. So the city's own data shows that there have been a total of 38 deaths or serious injuries between 2008 and 2023 in the target area. That's 38 deaths. There were another 22 deaths or serious injuries between 2008 and 2023 from Kipling to the Mississauga border. There have been far too many deaths or serious injuries, and it's time that the safety of Bloor Street is made a top priority and addressed appropriately. The City of Toronto's own data has shown that Bloor Street Complete Street project has resulted in a drastic improvement in safety for all road users. There's been a 71% decrease in collisions between vehicles and a reduction of vehicle-bike collisions by 61% and vehicle-pedestrian collisions by 55%. The Bloor Street Complete Street project will even benefit drivers with a significant reduction in car-on-car collisions, while also providing improved safety for pedestrians and cyclists. When I hear people complaining about an added 30 seconds or a minute to their commute, it seems to be a trivial concern. Is a 30-second or a 60-second delay really an issue when we have lost so many members of our community? Is this not the whole point of Vision Zero? Many of the tools to be able to make these improvements to save our fellow community members are available. Isn't it about time we take the steps that are required? The Bloor Street West Complete Street extension to Kipling is such a step. It's time to make these safety improvements to a Etobicoke section of Bloor Street and to make safety in the area for all Torontonians a top concern. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is James Young, followed by Elizabeth Ainsley. Do you have James Young in the room? No? Online? No? Elizabeth Ainsley in the room? No? Online?
I'm having trouble unmuting. I believe I've now unmuted.
Yes, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I am a Toronto resident and I have been all my life. I have been a cyclist since I was 25 years old, commuting to work, etc. I am now a senior and I am now a cyclist. I have noted the increases in Toronto cycling in 2009. We have gone from 29% people cycling for utilitarian purposes to 44% in 2019. 54% of people cycling for pleasure in 2009 to 70% of people cycling for pleasure in 2019. Since 2019, we have seen a huge increase in e-bikes. We have seen a huge increase in the changes after COVID. I very much appreciate and I'm glad for the support and discussion around bike lanes by our city. And I would ask that council vote to support the spirit of the cycling network plan. I do have some concerns, and these have been noted earlier. So I would advocate that within the cycling network plan, there be clear identification of how emergency vehicles can access where they need to go, when they need to go there without delay. I was yesterday cycling from the Etobicoke side right across the city and had both the section we're talking about around Bloor Street, where it is not yet a cycling set of lanes, through to the Bloor Street part that is completed. And I did see in rush hour emergency vehicle unable to proceed. So I think that needs to be addressed for this plan to go forward. I would secondly like to see signage directing both cyclists and pedestrians and cars. I saw and witnessed yesterday cyclists trying to pass due to slow cyclists. I saw pedestrians stepping into cycling lanes where they were nearly hit. And I saw cyclists ducking out to go around and go out onto the streets with the cars due to the congestion within cycling lanes. I would offer that within the cycling network plan, there be an allowance for clear transition zones. So allowing for the passing, using wider zones, thinking through what intersections look like, and the width of the bike lanes that are created. So important pieces to make this happen in a way that the city will benefit from 10 years from now, not just currently, because I think as the time goes by, we will continue to see an increase. Allowing for winter maintenance of bike lanes. Being a cyclist 365, there are days when I cannot bike, obviously, but there are many days where the bike lanes could be made something that could be used by all. Finally, I would like to propose that we re-examine, hence my wording of supporting the spirit of the cycling network plan, where our bike lanes exist. And as much as possible, they have sections where there are long sections off the main arteries. So do I support the cycling network plan? Yes, in spirit, but I think it needs some serious considerations. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, our next deputant is Ed Hamanwal, followed by Rob Davis, followed by Jane Brown.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello?
You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ed Hamanello. I'm a longtime West End resident. I went to the same high school as both my father and my daughter. She and I live on Windermere Avenue, south of Bloor Street. I am a cyclist and a driver. To see cyclists injured. While it's important that steps be taken to increase bicycle safety, it's also important, if not more so, that steps be taken to do no harm. I'm opposed to the proposed plan as it will adversely affect the health and safety of local residents and cyclists. An emergency vehicle with its siren on has the right of way over all other vehicles. By installing a physical separations and removing motor vehicle lanes as proposed, you remove the ability of cars to get out of the way of said emergency vehicles. At the public consultation on April 12th, I voiced my concerns to a member of transportation staff who admitted that the Bloor Street West complete street extension will increase vehicular traffic congestion. According to Civic Employees Union Local 416, the Toronto Paramedic Services average response time to life-threatening emergencies is 13 minutes. I don't see how increasing traffic congestion will decrease emergency response times. In the words of Mayor John Tory, quote, "As council members, we have no greater responsibility than making sure we are investing in community safety and emergency response in all aspects." Unquote. Either seconds count or they don't. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Rob Davis. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of committee, for allowing me the time to share some views. I live at Royal York Road, just north of the proposed extension of the Bloor bike lane or bikeway. You know, as you know, I am running for mayor of Toronto, likely not to win, but that doesn't matter, because what matters is elections are about issues. And I think some of the big issues of the day are about affordability, about safety, congestion, and it strikes me that this exercise is based on the false premise that by building it, they will come. The original report that I have with me that was produced by staff back in 2017 about the pilot project is based on a lot of false premises about the increase in the number of cyclists that came as a result of the bike lane or the cycle track being built. What's missing from that original report is the fact that College Street was under construction that entire summer, so that if you were a cyclist who lived between Bloor and College Street on Palmerston or Major or any of the other streets in that area, of course you were going to take Bloor Street because College Street wasn't available to you because of the construction. You can Google search it for yourself. Lots of reports about the problems that the city had with the contractor in terms of completing the sidewalk work and the road work in that area. So I think the thing to be concerned about are the unintended consequences of supply and demand. You know, when the city of Toronto licensed Uber drivers, we went from having 5,000 or 4,900 plated taxi vehicles to 90,000 licensed Uber drivers. So why do you think we have congestion? Because you increase the demand for roads at rush hour by licensing 90,000 Uber drivers. And then, through the course of time, you reduce the supply of roads by 50% when you put a bike lane in. So you have increasing demand, decreasing supply, and the resultant outcome is that the police have gone from having a standard 5-minute emergency response time to a 19-minute response time, as outlined in the auditor's report with respect to 911 calls. So, you know, I know you've probably all seen the fancy video that I put out on Twitter and the feedback I got from the friendly members of the cycling community calling me fat and, you know, body shaming me and calling me names and baby killer and all those wonderful sorts of things. But the fact of the matter is, if you want to have an adult conversation about the unintended consequences of the decisions that you're making, then you have to be able to point out, you know, the good things and the things that have gone wrong. So I urge you, in the words of Councillor Paula Fletcher, who was here earlier, to defer this. Wait until you have a new mayor elected. Wait until the new mayor has an opportunity to imprint his or her, as it may be, views and policies on the matter. I think Deputy Mayor McKelvey said it best when talking earlier about waste disposal and landfill. She talked about consulting, being consultative. And I can tell you that my neighbors in the Bloor West neighborhood of the Kingsway and Humber Valley Village are not so keen to see wait times for emergency vehicles go up. Or the simple fact of the matter is, as we know, the laws of supply and demand, when there's growing demand and lessening supply, prices go up. And the price that they pay is time. It takes them longer to get home, it takes them longer to go to work, it takes them longer to drop their kids off at school. And at the same time, we may have to pay the price, and I don't want to say you have blood on your hands. I'm not going to use the hyperbolic words of the people who were sort of attacking me online, but it's a terrible decision that you have to make, because I know that there are cyclists who get harmed and hurt, but we also know that there are people who get harmed and hurt when an ambulance doesn't arrive on time, and when a fire truck doesn't arrive on time, and when a police cruiser doesn't arrive on time. And I think your job, it's a very difficult job, is that you have to sort of have the wisdom of Solomon to try to figure this out. And I recommend that you defer until such time as the community can be consulted at a greater extent.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputants? Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for your time.
Our next deputant is Jay Brown, followed by Lynn Adamson, followed by Frank Papanikula. Hi, Jay, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and councillors. My name is Jay Brown. My wife and I have lived in the Islington area of Etobicoke since 1985. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Etobicoke Cycling Club, where I'm an active volunteer. Our club has 155 members who live in Etobicoke or near Bloor Street West in Ward 4. The majority of our members strongly support the extension of the Bloor Complete Street to Resurrection Road. Our club is among the 65 local businesses and 30 community groups that have signed the Community Bike Waste petition in support of extending the Bloor Complete Street. We are in favor of extending the Bloor Complete Street for a number of reasons. First of all, providing more transportation choices. Growing cities that want to reduce congestion make transit, cycling, and walking the best choices. Making Bloor Street a complete street is essential to the success of the city's official climate change strategy to ensure that 75% of all trips, less than 5 kilometers, are carried out on foot, on bicycle, or via transit by 2030. That will reduce the demand for traffic lanes for vehicles. In terms of greater equity, newcomers to Canada and others who may not have the resources or the desire to buy and operate a car should have access to other forms of safe, efficient transportation. Furthermore, studies have shown what we've heard anecdotally from other deputants today, that more women will use bicycles in urban settings if they believe they can do so safely. Thirdly, in terms of building for growth, by providing a safe, dedicated space for cyclists, bike lanes reduce the number of cars on the road. With thousands of new condominium units planned and approved for construction along Bloor Street, near Islington and Kipling, and then further west on Dundas as well, it's essential that we build safe, efficient transportation infrastructure before the future residents move in. We've seen what happens down in Humber Bay Shores where we don't do that. We have the opportunity to do it right this time. And finally, we've heard quite a bit about safety for all, and our club is a firm proponent that, or believer that bike lanes will offer a protective buffer for pedestrians on the sidewalk and motor vehicles. It'll improve the safety of vulnerable road users at major intersections such as Jane Street and South Kingsway, all of which will contribute to greater safety for everyone, pedestrians, cyclists, and for motorists. I'd also like to note that the Etobicoke Cycling Club also supports the installation of cycle tracks in Ward 3 along Superior Avenue between Lakeshore Boulevard and Stanley Avenue, which is in this report. And we also endorse the staff recommendation to streamline the current reporting process for bylaw amendment submissions associated with cycling infrastructure projects that Council has approved for implementation. I thank you very much for your attention and encourage you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none. Our next, we have 5 deputants. Can we vote to extend to hear the deputants, and that way after lunch we'll go to questions to staff? Is the committee okay with that? Okay, but we'll finish the speakers, then we'll break until 1:30 and come back. One, two, three, maybe 25 minutes, so we'd be going possibly 15 minutes late, but hopefully everybody's short. Do you want to just break? Well, let's just break at 12:30. Okay. Great. So we'll have one, possibly two more, and then we'll break. So Lynn Adamson. Do you have Lynn online? And then after that will be Frank would be the most we could hear from, and then we'll break, and there'll be three more following lunch plus pickleball. Lynn, we need you to just unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Lynn Adamson. I'm speaking as co-chair of Climate Fast, and we are in support of this expansion of the cycling network plan. It is wonderful to see a list of 10 installation projects, and in particular, we want to express our support for the Bloor Street Bikeway extension. We know that safe infrastructure greatly increases the number of cyclists and allows for cyclists of all ages and abilities to enjoy the many benefits of cycling. I'm a cyclist. I'm 71. It makes a huge difference to me to have the separated bike lanes. I can now cycle safely on Bloor Street, and I do that regularly. I look for the safe cycling routes because where there are no bike lanes, the traffic is either going by too fast to be safe, or it's so congested you can't move. I live on Vaughan, which has a bike lane. I use Davenport, Christie, and Shaw Street bike lanes regularly. Yesterday, I used Bloor Street and University Avenue bike lane to get safely to Front Street, then down to the waterfront, where it was practically a traffic jam with cyclists. It was amazing to see so many people enjoying the weather. That said, I cycle all year. It's not only a summer thing for me, but I want to underline the importance of connectivity in order to make your whole trip safe. I cycle, but my sister doesn't. She would cycle if it was safer to do so. I can illustrate that by looking at Bathurst Street, which is very dangerous, and I never get on that street, versus Christie, which has a bike lane. It makes such a difference, and I live up hills. I now have an e-bike. It's a conversion from my regular bike. It means I can go long distances and with no problem, get home with no problem. It's amazing. I do hope that this Uber problem does not get worse. I'm just going to say, because it was mentioned earlier, and it is a problem of people finding that they might use that instead of transit or whatever. I hope people will go to bikes. 40% of trips are less than 10 kilometers, and this makes me optimistic that we can achieve our Transform TO goal of 75% of trips less than 5 kilometers by 2030 taken by active transportation, including bikes, walking, and transit. When we build it, they will come. I do think the evidence shows that, and it will help us achieve Vision Zero. Cycling keeps me mobile, healthy, and engaged with my community. It's so good to be active and fit into the senior years. And it is vital that we greatly increase the modal shift from cars to bikes, walking, and transit. Complete streets are very important to achieve this. People can then enjoy the safety and speed advantage of switching to a bike. And I listened to the man who spoke about wanting to take his grandson around on a bike, and he should be able to. Families should be able to. They shouldn't need to be dropped off by car to school. There should be safe cycling routes for the whole family to take. Anyway, we only need to listen to the news to see the impacts of climate disruption. In the fires burning across our country, and the drought, flood, and terrible impacts, typhoons, etc. In the Philippines, they're getting regular typhoons. This is happening because of too many GHG emissions in our atmosphere. We're in a climate emergency. We need to cut our emissions, and creating safe cycling infrastructure contributes toward Toronto achieving our net zero by 2040 target and doing our part to slow climate change. It gives people safe and sustainable options to get around, and reduces single car use occupancy. In doing so, we will reduce traffic congestion and the associated pollution linked to vehicles. June 5th is World Environment Day, a great day for you to keep this work moving forward. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our final deputant, and then we'll be on a break until 1:30, and everyone on committee is coming back, right? Right? Okay, great. Okay, our final speaker before break is Frank Papanikolaou. Do we have Frank here? Frank's online? Hi, Frank, you have 5 minutes.
I am for bikes, but against this particular proposal of the Bloor Street West extension. The bike lanes are not the problem. I would like to see more bike lanes. The problem I see is choking off a major thoroughfare. And that's why I'm speaking against the Bloor Street West extension. I've lived in Bloor Street West all my life. I bike, I drive, I walk, I take the TTC. My wife and I have a family of 3 kids. I work as a surgeon downtown and in Mississauga. And therefore, I rely heavily on efficient transportation to both fulfill my day-to-day obligations to my patients on a daytime basis, as well as my on-call obligations, which are 24/7, in addition to providing and conducting home visits. I don't take my bike for those emergency visits. So I do need the option for transportation. And the proposed changes will hinder my ability to provide timely medical care to those in need. Reducing the lane will result in traffic congestion, and it will impose significant delays on my ability to respond promptly to emergencies, attend to on-call obligations, and as I said, essential home visits. Now, this is something that I've heard from many of my colleagues as well. We're already having a hard time driving around the city trying to get to these important visits. And I don't think that these consequences can be overstated. Furthermore, EMS can't get to where they need to go when you take away a major thoroughfare. And this has been stated earlier, and I'm stating it as well. Having been in an ambulance, taking care of a child, trying to get across the city, and knowing that the delays were significant in getting there. You need to consider this. The proposed changes, in my opinion, also appear to disregard and discriminate against the needs of some of our community, such as seniors and families with young children. Not all seniors can bike. As Adamson said, she may be able to bike, but my parents and my in-laws can't bike. So seniors will rely on the ability to drive to their essential destinations, such as grocery stores, medical appointments, pharmacies, and visiting their loved ones. There has to be an alternative approach to this Bloor Street West extension, which does not choke off a major thoroughfare. So in effect, I think the proposed plan effectively and unfortunately discriminates against some of the members of our community, limiting their mobility and impeding their ability to participate fully in their community life. I've been driving along Bloor Street West all my life, and of late, I've noted rush hour with 2 lanes of traffic currently. Bloor Street's brought to a complete standstill for almost 2 kilometers. It's not possible to get in or out of this part of the city, and it will become impossible with only 1 lane. Consider moving the bike lane to an area which is not a major critical artery. We're just going to exacerbate the traffic snarls. and make it difficult for emergency vehicles to reach their destination and for people who must drive to get to their critical destinations. I think it's putting people at risk when you do this, if you were to do this. So in conclusion, I think, in my opinion, it's evident that the proposed project fails in its current state to align with the needs and preferences of our community. We have not taken into consideration all of the critical issues. We have not discussed alternative approaches to bike lanes going north or south of a critical area. And I respectfully urge the committee to reconsider the current scope of this project, be more inclusive and transparent in their decision-making process, and to look at alternative approaches to the bike lane proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Deputant? Okay, seeing none, we are adjourned to 1:30. At that point, we'll have Kelly Larkin, John Todd, Adam Rogers as the final three deputants on this, and Christopher McCormick, so 4 additional on this item. And then we have Pickleball, we have Richard Yampolsky, John Cameron, Tom Keene, and Mary Beth Janami as the deputants on that item as well. See you at 1:30. Cameras? Thank you. There's one. We're just waiting on Councillor Cole to turn on a camera and/or Councillor Perruzza.
Sounds like my golf.
Yeah. We have Councillor Cole, paging Councillor Cole. Turn on your camera. Okay, oh, there he goes. Okay, we have quorum. We have resumed. We're recording. Okay, so our next speaker is Kelly Larkin, followed by John Todd, followed by Adam Rogers, and we're on item IE 4.4, Cycling Network Plan. Sorry, 4.3, Cycling Network Plan. Do we have Kelsey in the room? Online? Okay. John Todd in the room? Online? Hi, John. You're online. You have 5 minutes.
There we go. And
thank you. Go ahead. We can hear you.
I've got video, and can I share screen? I've got.
You have screen sharing ability. It's at the bottom, I believe. Depends what device you're on.
Okay. Yep. Got it now. Good. It's open now. And. You should have, I think it's showing screen sharing on my side. Are you seeing a screen share?
No.
Okay, well, it's probably just connecting. It's showing that it is screen sharing from my side. So while that's connecting, I'll just say thank you, Deputy Mayor and committee members, for giving me a couple of minutes to speak to you. I'm actually the third deputant from Ontario Street, and we are addressing a very small portion of the recommendations. And I think you'll see up on the screen now, it is a page number 23 from the report, and highlighted are the recommendations, very specific, that I am speaking to after discussions with people, neighbors on the street. Ontario Street between Winchester Street and Carleton Street are what's being addressed. The recommendations are highlighted in a different color. Northbound contraflow lane on the east side. Other things are no changes, and parking change permanently to west side are the recommendations. In the report, if you go up to page 21, it shows in a schematic what we're talking about. You'll see the area near Parliament Street and Carleton, and it's the section below the number 3, which is 2 blocks. We're not spending anything else in terms of the recommendations. And when I looked at this, I saw the recommendations. I think I knew what it meant. I was not totally clear on what they were doing. What I have done is presented, and you should see now, I hope, a schematic which I prepared, which shows the alternate proposal that we're putting forward. And you'll see it is the block at the top. You see Winchester Street. At the bottom, you see Carlton, running past Hume Lane, which is a lane that does not go all the way through to Parliament. Above it, Reverend Body Lane, which also does not go through. They're just lanes to backyards. And in the middle, Aberdeen Avenue, which does go out to Parliament Street. As I think has been mentioned, Aberdeen Avenue is a one-way street coming from Parliament into Ontario Street, and is marked on this diagram. Northbound, north from Aberdeen is two-way car and bike traffic now, and south of Aberdeen is one-way car traffic southbound. The proposal recommendations in the report show the one block, which goes from Carlton to Aberdeen across Hume Lane. The recommendation is to move the parking from the east side of the street over to the west side of the street. And that's where you've heard concerns about it sort of blocking off access to Winchester Square Park, which is shown here. And there would be contra lanes running down the one-way street. Our suggestion, small tweak, is to put the northbound bike traffic on the east side of Ontario Street. Do not move the parking across to in front of Winchester Square Park, but move it out so that there is a northbound cycling from Carlton up to Aberdeen. This, and just as background, because there's a couple of items, I'm not sure what actually gets through to the committee members, but there were submissions made from our neighborhood with some suggestions that went through, that was supplied by Ms. Gender, who spoke to you earlier. The staff responded, and that was very helpful and educational, in particular on something that was contrary to the Highway Traffic Act. So Ms. Gender spoke about a revised recommendation from the Ontario Street deputants. This graphic was supplied to the city earlier today, and it shows the difference for our recommendation. So instead of moving the parking across the street, leave it where it is. Instead of a contra lane or contra flow bicycle lanes, two of them, there would just be a northbound lane. The advantages, it avoids having to move the parking all the way across the street and block access to Winchester Park. It leaves the northbound bicycle traffic flowing in a direction beside and opposite to the driver's positions, and therefore creates greater safety, and frankly would be lower cost to the city. I expect to do that. And if this is unclear, we just suggest that staff could meet with residents at sort of Aberdeen and Ontario Street. And I think a visual check would be of huge benefit to understand why this approach is better than the what's in the report. And that's all. Hopefully we'll either have a chance to speak to staff or that this change will be made without such a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Adam Rogers. Do we have Adam in the room? Online? 5 minutes, Adam.
Hi, sorry, I just needed to unmute. Hey, can I get started?
Yes, please, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'd like to just start by thanking the council today and all the speakers What I appreciated was the measure response everyone had, even on both sides of this issue, in particular in light, as someone has already mentioned, the sort of online insults that have gone around, and in light of the recent protests we've seen on Yonge Street, which have blocked off a bike lane, putting cyclists in danger by forcing them onto the single lane. So first off, as a lifelong Etobicoke Lakeshore resident, I graduated from Lambton Kingsway and Etobicoke Collegiate Institute. I am also a bike rider, pedestrian, transit rider, and driver. I just want to say, with all due respect to some of the speakers, particularly former Minister Nunziata and former Councillor Davis, there are many folks like myself in Etobicoke that are strong supporters of the Bloor bike lane extension, and that's why I want to speak here today. First off, for those who are arguing about alternative routes and delaying this, I want to mention that unfortunately on May 24th of this year at 11:30 p.m. at night, I was hit by a car on Van Duzen, one of these possible alternative routes. A impatient driver who, despite me, Van Duzen, have the right of way, an impatient driver decided to run the stop sign and run their car into me. Thankfully, I was watching this driver and I was able to get off my bike, but unfortunately to me, so I didn't have any personal damage, but to my bike, obviously, there was quite significant damage that cost a lot of money to repair. So I do want to raise that, people considering these alternative routes and delaying. And as well as last month's pedestrian death on Bloor and Aberfoyle and our recent cyclist death on Scarlett and Braeburn, I don't think there's any time to delay. We have to do this now. I also want to bring up, there was another speaker who mentioned their young family. I also have a daughter, and who I like to ride with her on my bike seat. And the idea of delaying this just makes me, as a father, quite concerned that, as already mentioned, Bloor, the speeds on Bloor are increasing all the time, and this measured approach for bike lanes will both increase pedestrian and biking safety. Furthermore, as been mentioned by some of the earlier speakers, I believe we should push this to extend the bike lane all the way to Mississauga. The reason, of course, that Mississauga is planning to continue their bike lane all the way Bloor, but also by doing this, we will connect to bike lanes both on the proposed Greenway project connection that is coming in the next little while to extend a bike lane along the whole hydro corridor, as well as the Renforth bike lane as well, which would increase our overall bike connection around the city. Now, I also want to adjust the sort of myth that people don't bike in the winter. I can say that I've commuted throughout the year in the winter and the summer, and though it can be difficult, and yes, you do have to make different decisions, it is not true that every single biker is a fair weather cyclist. We can make other options available. Now, again, I would like to thank everyone who spoke. I just wanted to make sure to show that there are residents in this ward, and as I said, I'm a lifelong resident growing up in this neighborhood who do support this measure, and I strongly urge council to approve this, as well as consider extending the bike lane all the way to Mississauga to have a continuous network and connect those two bike lanes that have already been created that connect to Bloor. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, our next deputant is Christopher McCormack. Do you have Christopher online?
Hello.
Hi, Christopher. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm responding to the submission that was made for the study as someone who's been living in Cabbagetown for the last 35 years, initially as a resident with some friends, and for the last 25 years, I've raised a family. And the concern that I have about the proposal to introduce contraflow bike lanes into a neighborhood that already has one-way streets is that it's unnecessary and will create quite a bit of confusion for the people who are residents, as well as to disturb the opportunity for the seniors to have access to taxis and Ubers, or for the young. And in the proposal that has been presented to us, we can see that there is a contra lane proposed to go north on Sackville when it's already a one-way south, and a contra lane south on Sumac when it's already a one-way north. And that would then make part of the road parking on one side and a dedicated bike lane on the other side, with additional lines.
Hi. Did he drop altogether? Can you hear us? Oh, it's in the room.
In a city like ours, we cannot easily become Amsterdam, where cyclists and cars coexist without signs or without a need for making space for each other, because it happens naturally and has happened over time. In Toronto, it's not as easy, and I do totally respect the idea of trying to bring a network of cycling through the city in a safe manner. But for us in Cabbagetown, it already has cars and bikes and pedestrians that coexist. And as a person who has been there through the whole cycle of raising a family and watching younger people become older people, I think that some consideration should be made for accepting that we already have one-way streets that work. And if one was to look at that map, one can connect Wellesley to Gerrard in a very natural way without having to force this contra pattern into the neighborhood, adding the signs and the graphics, and reducing the ability for people to take deliveries. On a typical day, there will be the couriers that come, the Ubers that drop off, the children who come back from school, the babies who are loaded, the the dogs that are picked up, the seniors that stand waiting for Uber drivers. And to disturb that with a bike lane that then stops a car from pulling over means that the rest of the traffic is stacked up behind it, as compared to having a car that can pull over and have a bike or a car move past it, past the park lane, the parked cars, and the stopped car in an easy, natural way. And secondly, it means that for the people who are in the neighborhood, and I'm thinking again about the two extremes, the babies and the seniors, they're not having to face looking both ways all the time. And as it is right now, there's the load of cycling is not something that would warrant this as an important artery for connecting cyclists from Wellesley to Gerrard. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, I just want to make sure, I called some names earlier, they weren't there, so I just want to confirm we still don't have Trevor Townsend? No? Mark Collins? No? And Kelly Larkin? No? Okay, confirming that's everybody? Okay, questions of staff? Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. I just wanted to raise a couple of the issues that came forward from deputants, because I do think that they're very important considerations around access for emergency service vehicles. Particularly in my ward along the Bloor corridor, specifically in the Kingsway community, where we've heard from a number of residents and deputants today. One of the main concerns is around, again, access for emergency service vehicles, specifically because we've got a median, sort of a fairly large median in a good portion of that Bloor corridor that has plants and curbs, etc. So again, the consideration being where would cars reasonably be able to pull over to ensure that our EMS vehicles can navigate the community and arrive, at crisis situations, and how is that being considered and managed through this current plan?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Through the chair, as part of the design of projects like these, we work very closely with our colleagues in emergency services, both fire and paramedics, to assess their needs and ensure that the design provides for the space that's required. We would address where physical separation adjacent to the bikeway would be included or not for particular segments to ensure there's space for cars to move over where there's a fixed median. And monitoring emergency services response times is a key part of our monitoring strategy as we ensure that the design is meeting the needs of all city road users.
Thank you. The other question that's come up, and I think again is an important one, is how are seniors, for example, being benefited by the implementation of complete streets? We know that accessibility is really critical, and the ability to move throughout the city. And so I just wondered if you could share a few points around how the implementation of a complete street is actually a benefit to important stakeholders like our seniors, and even on the other spectrum, as is mentioned by the gentleman before, babies and young people in strollers. How is this how is complete streets benefiting these particular residents?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. So the complete street projects include a bikeway, but are not entirely about the bikeway. They're about making the streets safer for everyone. So reducing the crossing distances at intersections, improving safety at intersections for people to cross as pedestrians, no matter their age or ability. As well, looking at accessible loading zones based on Wheel-Trans data about where those accessible spots are needed adjacent to medical services, for example. And certainly, as we heard from some of the deputants here, and as well as some of the people we spoke to through the public consultation process, many seniors want to have the option of biking safely in their neighborhood. And so the project does support that opportunity as well.
That's great. Thank you. I have two quick more questions, if I may. The first one is just with respect to the business community. Certainly, we've heard again very clearly from some of concerned business owners, specifically in the Kingsway.
Businesses along the corridor have been engaged throughout the design process so that we can seek their feedback and where parking and loading needs are most necessary on the corridor, and to has an input place for comments from businesses. In terms of Cafe TO, we do work closely with the City Cafe TO team, and I can confirm that there are no Cafe TO proposals along the corridor that we're looking at here for Bloor Street that are denied on the basis of the cycle track. There are some locations that aren't supported for other reasons, but not because of the proposed cycle track. And we have received correspondence from a number of businesses in support of the project as well, as part of one of the petitions that was received in support of the project. So I believe 66 businesses along this corridor have written and signed their names to supporting what this project does. As part of prior projects, we have worked closely with local BIAs and as well done some financial analysis of economic point of sale data, and found that people who walk and bike in their neighborhood spend more on average per month than those who drive. And we've seen basically similar data coming from the point of sale machines as well.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional questions of staff? Okay, seeing none. Speakers on this item? Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank staff for the work on this file. I know there's been a lot of ongoing conversation, specifically in my ward, about the implementation of complete streets. And as we saw, certainly a lot of public interest by the number of deputants and the varying inputs and opinions on this issue. For my part, you know, I am voting in support today of this expansion. I've been engaged with my community since taking office not very long ago on numerous consultations, and I do think that they have been thorough, and there's been really ample opportunity for folks to weigh in, and staff have been very open and working directly with all of the important and impacted stakeholders, and I really appreciate that work and that collaboration. Understanding how much development and growth continues to be, you know, set and in the pipeline for our community, we need to ensure that the infrastructure to move people in accessible and equitable ways throughout our city is a priority for us. We've seen in some corners of our neighborhood where that wasn't the case, and the quality of life for residents in some neighborhoods has really been impacted. And so I think this is a responsible, appropriate, and forward-thinking initiative, and I do remain in support. I thank those members of my community who've come out both in support and in opposition of this file, and I encourage folks to continue to participate and work to ensure that this is something that works for everyone. So thank you. Those are my comments, and again, just many thanks to staff for the really great process that they facilitated.
Thank you. Are there additional speakers? Okay, seeing none. I'm happy to move staff recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? This item carries. Before we move to pickleball, IE 4.9 has been pre-circulated. This is the motion from Councillor Cole. Just want to make sure, does anybody have any questions on this item? Speakers to this item? Okay, great. Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for Matthew and for your staff, Madam Chair, and for my staff working together on this. This is an urgent matter that affects part of the city that gets very little attention. You know, we spent hours and hundreds of millions of dollars on the Gardner Expressway and gone on it back and forth. Meanwhile, I have the distinct pleasure of having an unfinished expressway in my ward. So I think it's about time the city paid some attention to this unfinished expressway that dumps hundreds of thousands of cars into my ward on a daily basis with nowhere to go. And one of these flashpoints is Lawrence and the Allen. This intersection is, it's too bad we can't put it up on the street view so people could come, or maybe one day they could visit, invite everybody to visit Lawrence and the Allen. We have the Allen Center, which is a shopping center. We have John Polanyi Institute. We have Lawrence Heights, all at this intersection. But what the problem is that when this expressway was contemplated, it was supposed to be finished right down to the lake. And it was supposed to join in with the Gardner Expressway. But anyways, luckily it was stopped, the Stop Spadina movement back in 1971, 72. So what happened is they had some, envisaged some on and off ramps accessing the Allen, east and west. So we have these on and off ramps at Lawrence. The problem is two of the southbound ramps, nobody uses. They haven't been used in 20 years, yet they're there and they take up valuable road space. The only people that use them are people that get lost, that don't live in the area, but they go nowhere. So I'm looking for staff to expedite a process of evaluation whereby we could reconfigure these ramps so that people going eastbound, westbound on Lawrence could access the Allen expressway going north. And because nobody wants to go south because it goes into a brick wall, which is 13 Division Police Station, where cars routinely drive into the police station thinking that the Allen still is going to continue down the lake. That's another matter at Eglinton. So, and this is acutely important because we are being drowned with development in the Lawrence Allen Center. I think we have about 20 high-rise developments on the go there. I've never seen before because the new provincial policy is there's unlimited heights and density around transit stations, MTSAs, whatever they call them. And in this area, Lawrence and Allen, we have about 20 developments on the go here. It's critically important not only to get rid of the gridlock which exists here right now. I can imagine the gridlock that's going to occur when these 20 towers get built in the same vicinity. So that's why I'm trying to get this expedited so staff will get a consultant in place here to give us some kind of relief and get rid of these basically moribund unused ramps which take up important real estate and do nothing to alleviate any kind of transportation flow. The use of the Eglinton West subway station is hampered by these useless ramps. So I'm asking for council support to get this going with a report from a consultant so that we can try to do a bit to ameliorate this untenable traffic situation at the Lawrence and Allen. I invite Councillor Peruzza, Councillor Morley, Councillor Sachs, come to Lawrence and Allen and try to drive through there one day. Tell me what you think of it, and you'll see why we need this motion. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you. Councillor Call, anybody else speak to the item? Okay, Councillor Cole is moving IE 4.9. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Thank you. That just allowed us to go back to that so transportation can leave. So now we're IE 4.5, pickleball play in Toronto. We have 4 speakers, Richard Yampolsky, John Cameron, Tom Keane, and then Mary Beth Janami. Our first speaker is Richard. You have 5 minutes.
The time today. I wanted to start by thank you, councillors. I wanted to start by thanking staff for the report today that's recommending purpose-built courts for pickleball. I'm also grateful to the staff in Parks, Forest and Recreation on the various courts that I play across the city for all the support that they've shown pickleball as it's grown and taken over more and more of the time and greater demands. They've been incredibly responsive in terms of finding more times and making sure the courts were available when everybody showed up to play. I think the report's fantastic start and is a great first step in establishing purpose-built pickleball courts across the city. I want to note so that members understand that the demographics of pickleball have changed dramatically in the last few years, from being perceived as a sport mainly for retirees, hence the city's response for pickleball being for 60 plus, to being the fastest growing activities for people 25 to 40-year-olds, and that's indicated in the proliferation of professional pickleball associations and tours. Currently, the vast majority of city scheduled indoor pickleball play is for people 60 years and older, and I'm included in that group. The demand for play in the city continues to exceed the availability of courts and court times, especially for evening and weekend play when working people are available to play. For example, for 19 plus play at Brown Community Centre on Tuesdays, Canoe Landing on Wednesdays, and St. Lawrence Community Centres on Saturday afternoons, players line up at least 1 hour before scheduled time in order to secure a place in line. Wondering, I guess through the chair to staff, what the best way to have community and recreation centres expand the scheduled evening and indoor weekend play come the fall session would be.
While painting court lines on existing public tennis courts and other park assets, such as the dry pads, is a fiscally prudent approach to expanding the number of pickleball courts, it relies on community center staff to provide the nets and staff the courts during scheduled time, or for residents to provide their own nets during non-scheduled play. The expansion of lighted, purpose-built facilities will ensure that play is available throughout the day and evenings, minimizing the needs for staffing and scheduling. Pickleball players could use, as they do now, the website called Playtime Scheduler to arrange their own drop-in times and invited play. I have shared a draft motion that I'm hoping Councillor Sachs will bring forward to establish a program advisory committee like the Toronto Tennis Liaison Committee, where the city can consult with the Toronto Pickleball Alliance. This would ensure that the city has citywide perspective on the state of pickleball, and that the Alliance can assist the city in the development of policies and processes regarding permitting of existing outdoor and new purpose-built courts, ensuring that appropriate blocks of time are allocated for non-profit clubs as well as open drop-in play for residents, and avoiding the situation where private clubs predominate permitted times to the exclusion of community residents, as well as assist in the promotion and promoting the scheduled and drop-in pickleball play at the city's indoor and outdoor locations. And finally, to support the promotion when the city adds pickleball instruction as part of its instructional racket and paddle sport programs alongside its tennis and badminton offerings. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, their next deputant is John Cameron. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is John Cameron. I'm part of the Toronto Pickleball Alliance with these folks here, and we are trying to get our sport growing and advancing in Toronto. I'm also president of the Etobicoke Pickleball Association, and we've moved our sport up to close to 900 members now, which is pretty amazing in 3 years. We play inside in gyms and local community centers, and we also play outside. We play on tennis courts, which are now, we call them pickleball tennis courts. So the lines have been painted by the city. There, I think, is close to 60. I'm sure it's more than 60 now. It's just amazing to play on a tennis court. It's already there. We go when tennis players aren't there. We play in the morning. And but this movement to have outdoor courts in 4 different locations with over 30 courts is just amazing. We also run 5 tournaments a year. We train over 400 players to play the sport pickleball every year. We've been working in partnership with the city councilors, including in my our riding, Councillor Casanti, Holiday, and Amber Morley. So hi, Amber. And we even got Amber to play with us one day. That was pretty fun. So they've all been super supportive of our recommendations. In the process, we've also met several key city staff, including Matt Bentley, who's here, Chris Clark, and Susan Fall, just to name a few. And we can't thank them enough for your contribution. Thank you. What is pickleball? I don't know if everybody knows what pickleball is, but it's a game played on a badminton-sized court with a tennis-sized net, and it's played with a paddle and a wiffle ball. And mostly we play in doubles formats, so I'll play with Brenda, and then I'll play with Tom, and then I'll play with Mary Beth. So it's really a social game as well. Some of these people have become best friends of mine, so it's really great. Let's see here. So this announcement is fantastic. We're talking about dedicated pickleball courts. There's nothing better than going to a location. I've been to many across outside of Toronto that have dedicated courts. So you go to a court and it's all the nets are there, perfect. There's no basketball court. There's no anything else, hockey going on. It's pickleball. So having those courts start to happen is fantastic. So let's keep the momentum going. We hope to see more. And I guess if anything, can we speed up the process? You know, I know everything takes time in Toronto, I get that, but if it can happen any faster, that's good. The other thing I want to mention is we happen to be playing in a tournament this weekend coming up in Niagara-on-the-Lake. And they have 300 people signed up to play in this tournament. So they're all staying overnight. So hotels, restaurant revenue. So the possibility is endless for pickleball, honestly. So I guess that's it for me. I'm sure we'll all say similar things, but I just want to say thank you for this motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Tom Keene.
I am not Tom Keene. This is Tom Keene.
Are you Mary Beth?
I'm Mary Beth, yes.
Okay, so great. You're going to speak together?
We're going to make you happy, and we're going to talk in 5 minutes with the two
Oh,
of us.
together, even better. Go ahead.
All right. Oh, I forgot my paddle. This is Tom's paddle from the Blue Jays game a couple weeks ago where they had Blue Jays Day, and he's promised not to bounce the ball around. So my name is Mary Beth Denemy, and I am the chair of the East Toronto Pickleball Association. I think you all got some pictures from us, and I put a lovely picture of Tom in there because he's our president, and he was also named last year the Community Volunteer of the Year by Pickleball Ontario. So we spend a lot of time, we don't make a dime, we spend a lot of time organizing pickleball for everybody. But we are thrilled to be here. The joke about pickleball is the only thing we like doing more than actually playing pickleball is talking about pickleball. So we talk about it endlessly. So Tom and I represent and advocate for pickleball players in East Toronto. We have almost 400 paid memberships. We opened up membership about 6 weeks ago. And if anybody wants to join, do it quickly because we're going to cap it real soon because we can only handle so many people. We have almost 2,000 people who follow us on Facebook. And basically, we provide a one-stop shop source for where to play pickleball, how to learn to play pickleball, where's the next tournament coming up, fun socials. And we've done this really with the great support of Paula Fletcher. We have not got her out on the court yet, but we're going to soon.
So we've also had Brad Bradford out in the court and enjoyed some time playing down in the beaches and Kew. Again, my name's Tom Keene. I'm the president of East Toronto Pickleball. I want to thank you for all listening to us, for being here, for being engaged in this process. I want to thank the people online who are East Toronto Pickleball Association members and all picklers out there who are listening to us online, who are engaged in the process and are supporting us from near and far.
We've had great support from, as I mentioned, Paula. Like I said, we're going to get her on a court soon. Our permit officer, and Anthony Fernandez, does a great job, answers the phone, helps us out, moves things forward. The guys down at Q Rink, which is kind of our home in the beach, Brock and Vince, Tim up at the Up Park where we play. The city has been terrific. Where we're at now, and thank you for the report and your interest. What we've got is lines on hockey rinks, which is really central to the East Toronto Pickleball Association. I think you see some photos there. Has everybody got them? Did they circulate them? Anyone? Yep, you've got them. Great. So you can see how we've literally, Tom's got his overhead maps out, his Google Maps, and helps plan out the orientation, how they should be painted, what color they should be. And we have for our open play sessions anywhere, we have 5 courts, we'll have anywhere from 50 to 60 people show up to play. So those lines on places like Q Rink, Dieppe Park, Jimmy Simpson down at Broadview and Queen, Greenwood and Dundas, courts there, plus all the tennis courts. But really, which is kind of integral to our organization is, and John talked about this a bit, is the community nature of the sport. I grew up on tennis courts. I play squash. I find a partner, I go out and I play. With pickleball, I didn't really know any of these people when I started. You show up with your paddle, you get in the queue, you put your paddle in the bin, and you're next up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody loves this sport because you meet people, and you have a whole new group of friends. So I think that is what is so exciting about this. So lines that are, 1 or 2 courts, great. That's lovely for the community to go out and play. But for centralized play, what we're really looking for is 4 courts, 8 courts. And again, John alluded to places where we can have central play, tournaments, bring people from out of town to come and join us in play. The report is awesome. The court's going at Centennial. Hallelujah. Can't wait to go out to the East End and play on them. You've also identified East York, North York, and Scarborough. On page 6, East York and Scarborough have the highest participation of pickleball. And we really want to make sure that in the long term, we are here. We are here to help you. We are the experts on pickleball, how people play, how they want to play, and what people are going to flock to. I do want to mention I grew up on tennis courts. My family were all tennis players. And when I start complaining about pickleball to my dad, he says, Mary Beth, chill. You are where tennis was 40, 50 years ago. He said, he's from Chatham, Ontario. We used to play on an old parking lot. We made our lines. It was terrible. We were too embarrassed to invite anybody to Chatham to come play us. He said, but we worked with the city. We built our club. We built our people. We are where tennis was 50 years ago. So, but I don't want to take 50 years to get where we get there. So we are here. We know that in the next year, you're going to design the pickleball courts for particularly East York and Scarborough, and then following that, construction. Please consult us. We really support Richard's motion to please engage us and help you create the sport of tomorrow. Tom and I probably won't be around to see the promised land, but hey, it will be for the future generations. And again, thank you, Paula, for your support and for being here for us today. That's it.
Just on closing statement, and again, Paula and Brad, for all their help, all their support, more so over the last year. Also looking down at the Portlands, is there any opportunity to put some pickleball courts down there? It's under development right now. There could be an opportunity. And if there is an opportunity, let us be there. Let us be there for you, and let us be there for the future pickleball players that are yet to put a pickleball paddle in their hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to the deputants?
Yeah.
Councillor Fletcher.
Nice to see you. I'm very happy to have put all those motions forward last year, and who knew it would come forward this year? It doesn't happen that often, so it's great. But just in terms of using the discovery that there's all kinds of surfaces in the city that have one season that they're used in particular rinks, and sometimes they're used for ball hockey, but in general, they're sterile for a lot of the time. So I think that you've been very helpful in find your empty surfaces and get the lines on, because you do bring your own nets. And there are some where nets are already there. But the fact that we're kind of twigging on, okay, we can make this happen, I think that's really due to the push that you've put on. And thank you on behalf of the 72,600 people that played pickleball last year in the city of Toronto. It's really amazing. Your leadership is very important in expanding this sport.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions of deputants? Okay, seeing none. Questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher?
I just have a question about the standalone courts, and I noticed that from the city's point of view, there's not a lot of pickleball courts, and I might be wrong, but my reading of it, in Scarborough, because they don't have any outdoor rinks. They covered their rinks all up years ago. Are we able to use some of the indoor areas that they created, or are those basically soccer pitches now? And in some of the larger parks out in Scarborough, are you thinking of putting in dedicated courts? Or even dedicated tennis courts?
Through the speaker to the chair, I think I agree with most of your analysis of what's going on. So in Scarborough, it's true there aren't as many outdoor rinks. So we haven't had an opportunity to sort of draw the lines on those rinks and reuse those rinks in the summer, which has been a great fit around how to use those kind of assets. So we will be looking. We do offer indoor programs in Scarborough, and you can see in the report it outlines that the participation in Scarborough is actually really, really high, which indicates there's a huge demand for it in Scarborough as well. So I think as we move forward with the projects that are identified in the report, we'll be looking at the right locations to actually install some dedicated courts in the city. Of course, in consultation with the Pickleball Alliance and the other pickleball members that we've been working with, who have been great, and I thank you too. Thank you very much.
So the formal ask today, which will go to City Council, is approximately a $3 million ask in order to take the tennis courts that are being built and then put them as pickleball spaces and also include lighting.
So, yeah, so.
We'll make them night available.
So the recommendation looks at basically repurposing some projects that we have identified that were specific to tennis and including them as pickleball projects as well. So it isn't actually increasing the budget, but rather rebalancing some of the budget allocations to ensure that pickleball is having some access to those funds as well, recognizing the need for new facilities.
And the online booking system, you did improve that for this sport, right?
The online
over the
booking?
last year, yeah. Correct?
Through the chair, one of the largest improvements was the actual website and the availability of members of the public to actually learn where they can play tennis. And then pickleball. And I know.
Just wave the rack at us.
But also, as referenced in the report, there's the ability to book flat spaces for pickleball as well.
Right. So as has been said by our deputants here today, I think the city realizes that it's been growing everywhere, particularly in North America, and that we're really grappling and coming to terms with the fact it's really growing in Toronto.
Through the chair, absolutely. We agree. It's a big sport and is growing faster than probably any other sport that we've seen grow at this level in the city. And we need to start rebalancing the facilities we have, the assets we have, and the investments that we're making to ensure that it's supported.
And then our deputant from the Alliance was talking, and I know I've talked to Mr. Keane about this before, is the ability to have tournaments and somehow to be thinking ahead while we're building spaces or looking at it where we can have tournaments. I know for softball, the way it's laid out, you can have a tournament that's out in Scarborough and a number of different spots. It's well thought out. Is that something you're considering so that we can actually have our great associations host tournaments within the next
through the chair, absolutely.
Period
so
of time?
Within the recommendations in the report, which looks at repurposing a few tennis court projects, I think in consultation with the pickleball community, we'll certainly be looking at what size facility needs to be to host some tournaments, recognizing that we don't have that capacity now, and it's something that everybody is very, very interested in.
Or a geographic area where that could be a tournament with a central place where
sure, yeah, all those things. And I think it really, some of it is, the design work will happen next year, and we'll ensure that we're consulting with the pickleball community and getting their input in.
So I think that'll be our next, thank you. I'll speak about that. Thank you so much for your work.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Romov, I've heard from some folks that there have been conflicts over the Ramsden Park in particular, where a permit was granted to one group for all of the pickleball courts, and then other people who didn't belong to that group, didn't want to pay to that group, were prevented from playing even when there were vacant courts. What's your approach for solving this kind of conflict?
Right, so thanks through the chair for the question. It's a great question, and the issue, it's not, it's an issue right now, but I think what we're seeing is as the sport grows and the organization of the sport grows, we were really approaching usage requests in quite an ad hoc way on a first come, first served basis. Now what we're seeing, as you outlined, is an increased interest and an increased demand for the same facilities. And what we'll need to do in consultation, of course, with the pickleball community is develop some kind of allocation policy similar to the way we allocate things like baseball diamonds and soccer fields and ice rinks, so that, essentially how it works now is everybody puts their requests in at the beginning of the year and we sort through them to ensure that based on the size of the group and the needs of the group, that the resources are being distributed equitably. So that would be, a next step for us in how we approach that process.
And would it be helpful to have an advisory committee?
Absolutely, it would be.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions? Councillor Cole?
Yeah, it's great that pickleball's alive and well in the city of Toronto, but there is a Toronto north of Eglinton too. And we are very interested in pickleball in north of Eglinton. And we just would like to find a way. Staff got any recommendations how to make this sport more equitable?
So through the chair, I think we continue to work with the pickleball community, and our first step in trying to make more facilities is, as noted in the report, is relining some of the tennis courts and some of the outdoor pads that we have so that they can accommodate more use. So there's that piece of it. And I think as the report notes around developing some new facilities in the next year or two, we'll have to look to the pickleball community north of Eglinton, as you've noted, Councillor, to see what their needs are and where we can assist as best we can and as fast as we can.
Now, the other thing that makes it very difficult for a lot of working people and young people to play pickleball is the ridiculous cost of pickleball paddles. I mean, there's somebody, well, I have a pair that I bought from Costco, $135 for paddles. Where can working people get reasonably priced paddles? Maybe the Alliance has some ideas where we can get some reasonably priced paddles.
Through the chair, well, we don't actually sell the paddles ourselves, but but I agree those are expensive. We have paddles available for all of the drop-in programming that we provide. So when you're participating in a scheduled recreational activity, whether indoor or outdoor, we provide all the necessary equipment. We also have the Playmobiles out, bringing equipment out into the parks this year. So it's the Try It Pickleball approach, but we don't currently have a mechanism by which we give away equipment at the, in any of our programming.
No, but is there any place in the city where you can get a reasonable priced pair of paddles? That's all I'm asking for. Not that you give them away. Where can people purchase these?
Yeah, through the chair, and Councillor Fletcher is actually making a great suggestion. These are the kinds of things that the Pickleball Alliance or others that are involved in the sport may be able to think of some good suggestions and some good places and pass that information around to the networks.
I'll be happy to get in touch with you, Councillor, and tell you where that is.
Well, anyways, we need some affordable pickleball north of Eglinton. That's what I'm saying. So the other thing is, north of Eglinton, we also have these abandoned bocce courts. The demographic being such, the bocce was a very popular sport in the Italian community, but given the age of bocce ball players and many that migrated north to Woodbridge, why can't we convert some of these abandoned bocce courts to pickleball courts?
So through the chair, Councillor, that's a great suggestion, and I think that's what we would look at when we're looking at repurposing existing facilities. We'd consult with the community around the park where those bocce courts are and see if they can be converted appropriately and start from there, but it's certainly not anything we wouldn't disregard, and it's something we'll certainly pursue.
Well, we have a bocce court at Caledonia and Lawrence. There hasn't been a human being on it in 20 years. Can we start there?
We'll have a look at that one for sure.
I've been asking for a look at that for too long. Anyways, that's my questions. Thanks.
Okay. Any additional questions on pickleball? Okay, speakers. Councillor Fletcher, I just want to confirm, do you want to speak?
Yes, I really do. Thank you. I was just speaking, but now I'll speak to everybody. Thank you so much, and thank you to all the advocates, deputants for being here and really outlining this great sport. And thanks for coming to me and getting pressure on these two reports that have now come up with this, I'd say, elevating this pickleball to what everybody's coming to understand, that it really is a phenomenon. And people love it. And I do think, Mary Beth, they really love it for one of the reasons you said. You don't have to have a special friend. You don't have to phone somebody and say, are we going to go? It's for everybody. It's probably the most equal sport that we have. There's not a team. You just get in there and make it happen. So for those who are playing, in particular the seniors, it's fantastic social opportunity as well. We do have, I think next up, really and truly would be, and I know Tom and I have talked about this in the past, finding a spot, whether it's one or whether it's a geographic area where working with the city, it could be a tournament. And people can come to Toronto, you can host a tournament for pickleball, maybe in Etobicoke, maybe in who knows where, but bringing people into the city and allowing just the capacity to do that, because we have so many tournaments. We have baseball tournaments, we have basketball, we have every kind of tournament but we don't have any pickleball tournaments yet. So I think that's what we should set our sights on next, having a successful tournament. And I will be asking staff when this goes to council to please set that stage for looking for something, even if it's a small one, for 2024, because I don't think it's possible to do that right away. And I'm glad to see that we're now, when we're building tennis courts, we're thinking, how can we also put pickleball lines on here? And then we're looking for every single flat space that doesn't have anything on it yet, and try to make that happen. And I think you'd agree that it's great when there's just more than one court in one place, because it is such a social sport and everybody's coming together. And I'm sure you often may go out and have a drink of some kind when the whole thing, no, oh, you don't, okay. Well, shortly we'll be able to have a drink in Greenwood Park, so you'll be able to bring something, have your pickleball, sit and have a beer after that. I hope that's going to be the case. But just thank you so much for all of you that have been leading this and bringing this forward as a sport for everybody in the city of Toronto. And thank you to the staff who have really risen to the occasion. I have to say I'm very impressed with how fast this all rolled out, and really taking into account the nature of this sport now, the fact that it's wildly popular, and coming to grips with meeting that demand as best as we can for our side. There's lots of also private spaces that have pickleball, but they're not quite the same. You have to have a membership. Here, you just have to go and play. So thank you very much, Janie, and your whole team for making this happen this year in 2023.
Okay. Councillor Cole, Councillor Sachs. Councillor Cole?
Yes. Can you put up my motion, please? City Council requests the Parks and Recreation a 5-year review on how city is providing introductory pickleball opportunities through outreach and program and access to affordable equipment in city parks and recreation facilities. What I'm trying to do with this motion is remember that this pickleball isn't just for us old folks. It is extremely popular with young people. The problem is young people can't afford to pay for the rackets. And so we have to look at this through an equity lens. And because I think the people that are retired, et cetera, may be able to afford these rackets, but kids can't, and working newcomers to Canada cannot. And I'm sure they'd love the opportunity to play pickleball first. So I hope that the city will expand its outreach north of Eglinton to the multicultural newcomer community, the racialized community, so they can play pickleball too. And that's why the affordability of the game is very important, because right now it's extremely prohibitive given the cost of rackets and paddles. Anyways, one of the interesting things we did, and yes, we played pickleball north of Eglinton at a couple of the development sites before the shovels went in the ground. We turned them into pickleball courts. And they were playing pickleball for the last couple of years at Yonge and Eglinton. And it was extremely successful in cooperation with the developer, an organization that organized for the games and the nets and the balls and the paddles, etc. So that's another opportunity for pickleball, is at these development sites, because they take 2, 3, 4 years before they're up and running, that if they're paved, you can also play pickleball there. And also we're doing another pickleball court at an old Green Pea parking lot, the Joni Mitchell Park. We're going to do pickleball up there. So those are other opportunities for pickleball beyond just tennis courts and designated courts. And also the critical thing is that we introduce the game in schools, if possible, to our youth. Let's not just focus on the retirees, because it is a very sociable game where you don't have to be a superstar, super athlete to play pickleball. You can learn the game quickly. and it's not as, let's say, physically challenged as tennis, for instance. So young kids can play pickleball, and that's where I think the city can show some leadership in reaching out to our schools, reaching out to our youth program leaders to introduce pickleball, because it's very important for fitness, playtime that they need. And so I would just hope I'll be working on this again to try and focus the attention of pickleball to the youth, to our diverse communities, because I think it's a real winner of a sport. It's the fastest growing sport in the world, not just in Mexico or on cruise ships or whatever it is, but it is the fastest growing sport in the world. So, and it is very important to have sport, outdoor activities for everybody of all ages, given all the mental health stresses there are in the city. So it's investment in people's physical health and brain health, and pickleball can really help. But again, we must make it affordable, accessible, and make it available north of Eglinton. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs?
Thank you. I have a motion. And I definitely need a pickleball lesson, but my motion is that we should be an advisory committee. Clearly, there are lots of strong feelings about pickleball. I'm glad to see the growth of pickleball for many reasons, including one of my goals has been to make parks and public spaces more accessible and appealing to women and girls, and I have it on good authority that lots and lots of women and girls really like pickleball, that it's much more accessible than the other sports that we've traditionally designed our parks for. And I say that as the world's worst tennis player. So I'm really glad to see the growth of pickleball. It's a wonderful use of skating rinks the rest of the year. But we want to have more and more people playing, so we're going to have more and more facilities, and we're going to have to be more thoughtful and sophisticated as to how we share out what will inevitably be limited space. And I look forward to my lesson. So thanks very much.
And my mic is on. Can they hear me now? Okay, so I just want to thank city staff for working on this. I will admit, about a year ago, I didn't know what pickleball was. Despite my father-in-law playing it for several years, I thought it was like some sort of lawn bowling or something. So Councillor Pasternak asked me to go play pickleball, and then I looked up what it actually was, and I was like, oh, it's a racket sport. Okay, and I did go and play, and it is a whole lot of fun. So thank you for your work on finding ways to accommodate what I've been told is North America's fastest growing sport. And I look forward to maybe a game with another councillor soon. Okay, so with that, we have the motions, two motions. So the motion by Councillor Cole. All those, I'll just wait for the screen. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Motion by Councillor Sachs. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. On the item as amended, tempted to do a recorded vote, but you know, I think we'll just let the hands show it's unanimous. All those in favor, hands up high. There you go, paddles high. All those opposed, the record can show it's unanimous, the love of the game of pickleball. Okay, I'm going to confirm that is it for business of today. Thank you so much for everybody for coming. Thank you to all the deputies that came out to share their thoughts, and I'll see you at the next IEC meeting.